Honor the warrior. 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 Honor the warrior.
My brothers and sisters, let's get down to business. I'm called Dōshanko, otherwise known as HeOfTheBeginning, and welcome to my temple. So today is a special video, and before I get into it, I wanted to give you this early explanation. So for those who have watched me do my top 100 bomb defense and ricochet tubes, that was me choosing favorites over so many spots that I was able to find, and over time those favorites started to change, and when I had a total of 245 bank shots at my disposal, it became much more difficult to keep favorites. So I decided that after this video, I'm not creating any new bank shots for Ghost. I found too many spots to hit all of them, and I'm running myself ragged on a game that's 11 years old without a team. But for what it's worth, the fact that I've been able to hit almost 50 bomb defense on this game is noteworthy, and it gives me a sense of credibility with these types of showcases. I've seen tons of scalers and commentators rank a range of characters from weakest to strongest, worst to best, so being that I'm quite literally my worst judge, I decided that I would take the metaphorical gavel and, pass down judgment unto my bank shots. And, since all of these are bank shots that I found, trying to rank them was pure cancer. Shout out to my Zodiac and former skin cells. Anyway, I told you guys many times before, the reason why I'm able to find so many sick bank shots so easily and so numerous is because I use split screen. I use my second controller as a free spectator while I use my primary one as the playable character. Since I don't have a team in doing this, I don't have the time to have another person spot me unless it was in the case of a motion sensor spot or a bot that was too bugged to get in position for the spot in a tutorial. Now, in the old days, since I was a novice to bank shotting, it would take me hours to find a spot, but nowadays it takes me a max of 10 minutes. And instead of just telling you guys this, I wanted to give a visual example as well. When I am in the free spectator, it's not only as a spotter for when I attempt certain lineups, but also to look at the shapes of the structures and objects around the maps. This way it helps me anticipate trajectory, and I usually have a particular object or structure in mind when doing the free spectator perspective, so it narrows my focus. And I know I talked a while on this intro, but I wanted to give a shout out to the first bank shotter that I've ever seen, Skateboard T508. At the time I saw him, he was on MW3, his creativity sparked mine, and I carried on the now almost dead art of Bankshot bomb defense from that time to current time. Also, shout out to the community Ricochet Tubes, WWK Hayes and WBS Spider for inspiring me to get into Ricochet tubing. At first, when I was big on getting spawn shots, I wanted to interweave it into bomb defense because I had a higher chance of hitting my spots. Spider and Hayes specifically have some of the most insane and creative bomb defense I've ever seen on any Call of Duty. Of course, they aren't the only ones, but they are the most consistent with their ability and talents in bomb defending. From one of them, I was even welcome to be a part of their tubing groups on Xbox One, which in time I will join them, but I stayed on Ghost to give myself that lone wolf who stands out type of aura, because bank shotting on that game is underrated, and you guys will see that with just me, I was able to find 245 different spots, which encompass all standard and DLC maps. It helps me stand out and potentially bring new eyes and new players onto a game that sort of just passed people by, and compared to the newer Call of Duty installments, this game was good in hindsight. Now, let's begin. Alright, so beginning here, we are starting off with the map of Collision, and all the way in last place is the 1 to 2 bank strong arm throwing knife for Bomb A. Bomb A for Collision is actually one of the worst bomb placements you could have for any type of bomb, so getting a bank shot, at least a decent one, was incredibly difficult, but I did manage to find one that bounces off of, I guess, part of that wall or whatever. Again, I slow it down just to make sure that I am a complete judge of the bank shot itself, but there's nothing to really look at there. That's the best I could do for that bomb site. I hate that map sometimes. Next up, we have the 2 bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Showtime. Showtime is really interesting. For B, it's inside just like the other bomb, but there's a bit more levity here because you're able to have an outside view, and this throwing knife actually manages to bounce off the side of this box in order to trickle into that area. Again, pause the video if you want to see it, but its angle it's okay. It's creative for the limitations that this map possesses. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Warhawk. And I was getting ready to retire this spot because, not because I couldn't hit it, but it's just because it was so simple. I was like, this doesn't really belong on the list. It's so simple, but I ended up hitting it online, in the making of this video. But let's talk about the angle for a second. It does bounce off of this wall, which is very, I guess, cliche, but it does bounce off of this wall as well to smack people in the face. So I guess the angle for it is not as bad. It's just, it looks bland. It didn't have any type of flair to it. So when I hit it online, I wasn't really happy about it. I was just going okay. But, I mean, it's still a bank shot. It's still something that beginners can try. This is, this bank shot, I've found so many different bank shots over the years, so whenever I hit stuff like this, I'm just going I wish I could hit better bank shots. And could I have chosen a better one? Sure. But I always feel like the ones that are better are the tougher ones to hit, and the easier ones are just more reliable. So, I mean, no harm there, but quite honestly, I wish I could have, tried a different spot for that bomb. It's all work in a races, I guess. But, and forgive me, this is early in the morning, so as I'm doing this commentary, I have to reserve my strength and energy. I don't want to be too enthusiastic or too energetic because I have about over 4 hours of commentary left. But yeah, I mean, it is a reliable bank shot, is a decent angle, so yeah. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Octane. This one, I had to kind of rewatch my tutorials a bit to get this one lined up because the graphics changed a little bit visually when it comes to certain markings and stuff. But the tube bounces off of this patch of HVAC and then bounces off the bomb itself. It might bounce off the ground if your opponent is further back, but typically that doesn't happen. Typically the opponents are right up on the bomb, but it's not that bad. And here you see me hitting it online. I don't know, when I found some of these on PS3, I thought, these are sick as hell. And now when I look at them, I'm just going dude, these are hella dull. Again, to the average viewer, this might be sick because they're not really used to seeing bank shots like these. But because I found so many different sick spots over the over the months, it just it looks like child's play to me. As far as the angle goes, I think the angle is decent for Octane. Octane structurally does not have a lot of good bank shots because of its it's very plain. It's hard to explain, but you don't really have to think outside the box to find bank shots for Octane, and that's why I have so many of them. Now next up, we have a 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on freefall bomb A. It's funny that I end up revisiting this one because this one I found on PS3 as well. And at the time I was just going this bank shot is the shit. Nobody's found a ricochet tube like this for freefall. But then again, I didn't really have a lot of tubing experience back then. But not to say that this one is bad, it's just very unlikely that you'd hit it, even though I have hit it online. But here you can see that the tube bounces off of this wall, and then bounces off of this wall, bounces off of the ground and the bomb, taking out the opponent. Occasionally, if it's online, people might not, get hit by 4 bounces. They might just hit by the 2. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. As I was doing this gameplay, I was also swatting a fly, so I was like, as I was cursing, I was kind of like, yo, this fly is about to fuck up my bomb defend. Jesus, Harold Christ. Still a decent angle for that bomb. I know, like, free fall is not really the best for bomb defense. Here we have the 2 to 3 bank strong arm throwing knife for Showtime. And Showtime didn't really have a lot of levity with its bank shots either. But as far as the throwing knife spot goes, this is the best one I could find. There's like a rectangular, there's rectangular hanging like things in the background that I managed to use here as like the object of focus, I guess. But it's really tough to make it out. And even in the kill cam, when I slow it down, it doesn't really do it justice. It just looks like it just goes off of a wall, but I swear it doesn't. It's just like, it's just out of sight, out of mind, I guess. But still a decent angle. Next up, we have the 1 bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Sovereign. And yes, I hit it online twice, but it involves you going into this corner, lining up with the building as shown. Now, as far as the angle itself, it's very smooth. I found that this angle was one of the smoothest ones, despite it being a very simple bank shot. And the reason for that is I just wanted a bank shot that goes straight over through the middle, while I could have had it, bounce off of, whatever the throwing knife just skimmed over. For aesthetic effect, it really wouldn't matter all that much in the grand scheme, because they both go to the same destination. And also with the traveling tank that moves through the middle of the map, it's not like that can possibly interfere with bank shots that are trying to go off of said platform or anything like that. I just wanted to be able to go for a bank shot, which that tank was a non-factor. And having it go straight over instead of just bouncing off of whatever the fuck that thing was, it just was such an easier transition. But I mean, it is reliable at the very least. You have to plant like a little bit, like what is it, in front of it. Like, I practice the throwing knife a ton of times, so like I'm kind of used to planting in a certain place, but you don't want to plant right where the throwing knife lands. Ironically, you want to plant like a little bit in front or like behind it, because like for a lot of reasons these enemies like to go prone, and sometimes it misses some of their limbs, so you want to make sure that you're able to catch some of those limbs depending on their position. I know that hardly makes any sense. I know I'm very tired.
Yes, I did.
But you gotta do what we gotta do.
Yes, it is.
Again, I'm going to be ranking these based off of angle and aesthetic. I'm not going to be ranking them due to personal bias. So, it's not like my top 100 or anything like that. These are all my bomb defense. So we have the 1 bank strong, not even strong arm, throwing knife for bomb B on collision. I like this angle a lot because it bounces off of the broken part of the bridge that is just, overlooking, B side. And it just curves back. I also have a bomb defend, another bomb defend later in the list that does a similar thing, but it's much better than that. Next up, we have the 1 to 2 bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on prison break. I do think that this is a very effective bomb defend. As far as the bank shot goes, it doesn't have much of an angle at all. I mean, it could get riot shielders if you're lucky, and it is like somewhat reliable, even though I never hit this online. I just, haven't been in positions to be able to hit that because I'm so far away from the bomb. But, oftentimes it does, have its merits. So, for the aerial view itself, it's pretty good. But for the bank shot, not really. The 1 bank strong, not even strong arm, on Bomb B. I can hardly see, so like when I'm recording, I have like this very small view that I'm able to, watch as I'm, giving commentary over, so forgive me for that. But this involves banking off of, slanted debris of that building, which I thought was a very smooth angle. As you'll see in the kill cam, it just goes straight over to Bomb B. It's decent for Chasm. Next up, we have the other one bank strong arm throwing knife for Bomb A on Sovereign. You get to go underground, and I do like this angle. I think the location for it is better than if I was just all the way in the back and just throwing it at a wall. But at least from this view, it looks like more is happening than it is. Still, doesn't really trump the other bomb defense on this list. It's just a simple bank off that wall. It's just, again, a different location. Next up, we have the one bank throwing knife for Bomb A on Dynasty. Now this is undoubtedly a spot that is very easy to do. I mean, like, you throw your knife off of the tallest building in the map, so I mean, it just skims all the way over to A. It doesn't do anything flashy. It's just a one bank after all. The angle is decent, but again, it's not really all that creative. Anybody who is at least a decent bank shotter could have come up with that spot, so I can't really give it that many points. The same can be said for this one, the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on regular strike zone. Well, I have hit it for I hit it actually 5 times, but I didn't show the fifth time in this clip because it's only like 10 seconds, and it's just the kill cam, not even the full kill cam, but just like part of the kill cam. So like, I didn't want to actually include that. It was just like, no. At least in this one, even though I didn't show a tutorial, I did show where to plant. When you're in the online games, and it just goes off of the ground and bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. I mean, it's pretty a beginner level ricochet tube. I'm not really proud of it, despite the fact that, again, I hit it several times online. It's just easy to go for. A lot of times teammates will plant in this area as well, so I mean, it does make things a little bit better that it's effective, but again, aesthetically, it's not it's not a really good angle. It's just straightforward. It's nothing unique at all. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get commentary over some of the other ones. Like, I know the one on Freefall, which is coming up very soon. I hit it 13 times, so I'm trying to figure out a way to explain it enough with enough longevity, so that way, I'm not, wearing out my voice and like, no, you shut up. No, you shut up. Like those Rams from Brother Bear and shit. They was saying that shit. If I threw my knife at that guy right there, then like the game would have ended, and that would have been a double kill. I was like, Jesus, that would have been awesome.
Depends on both bombs, but I am.
Good God.
No, my throwing knife should not have missed. Thank you, Summer, for once. Thank you.
That was crazy.
Okay.
The fact that it only allowed me to pick up like one throwing knife out of the two, man, it wanted to give me the works. I guess like I don't really need to. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna give commentary over the bits that I've hit multiple times.
Okay, perfect.
But what I will say is I can describe the gameplay of what happened leading up to it. At least for some of them. I don't have to do it for all of them. I could explain the bank shots in more detail because, like, again, I like to analyze and I'm my worst judge. So, it's not like a typical top 100 list or, anything like that. Again, I'm just literally critiquing, the aesthetic and the angle of the bank shot. If the aesthetic is very breathtaking, then, it's higher on the list. If it has a unique angle, higher on the list. Depending on its bounces, it might be higher on the list. But yeah, it's very rare that The bank shots that have 3+ bounces have like both a breathtaking view and amazing visuals. But in this game I managed to find just a lot. Man, oh man. I gotta give myself like slight breathers, man. Like, I'm on my bed recording this, man. It was a busy day yesterday. I couldn't really find the time to do all the recording in one day and not be fucked. That don't sound right. We're gonna edit that out. But, oh man. People notice, like, on Search and Destroy, the good majority of my, like, defend kills are actually from my bank shots. I think 80% of my defend kills are from every bank shot that I've hit online, which is like almost into the hundreds now. Not necessarily for like, I won't say not necessarily for the spots that I use, but like just in general, like the amount of times I've been able to hit spots online, it's definitely near 100 or over that. So next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Mutiny, and I do not like this map. I did find sick bank shots regardless, but there's something about this map that was just very dry and dull. In this bomb defend, it wouldn't really be ranked all the way up here if it didn't do the 2 bounces off of the bomb site, and luckily the bomb has very unique looking, like visuals, I guess. It looks like 2 rockets, so you're able to find different types of bank shots you wouldn't readily be able to find on other games. Next up, we have a 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for Bomb A on Overlord, and Overlord, its Bomb A is in one of the worst locations. If you like doing bank shots, you're going to have a tough time finding anything. And I will say that the concept of this spot is not mine, but the execution is one that I found. Again, pause the video if you need to see it, but it does bounce off of this door inwards to bounce off of the floor and take out the diffuser low under the belt. I did find a better spot for this, but honestly, Bomb A on Overlord is pure cancer. Next up, we got the 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Octane, and it's one of 2. This one involves you being right near this dumpster here, and being in this corner, you're actually going to crouch and look at this tiny little, corner of the block at the very top. And once you're ready, just shoot your tube. It does provide a decent visual where it soars over and bounces off of both a wall and off the ground, but it's not an ideal place to start because, again, you're in your enemy's spawn and they could take you out at any time. Still, if you really like the spot, you can go for it. I'm not gonna, I tell you not to do it. It's just tough. Next up, we have the 1-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B of Sub-Zero. I know I put it in the graphic there, but yeah, I made sure to correct myself as I was editing the footage. So this surface right here is actually angular and like sloped. It's not straightforward, so that's why the tube is able to bounce the way it is. You have to be like, it's out of the box thinking right there, and it just soars straight over, taking out the opponent. Not a bad spot for Sub-Zero. This next one, I'm debating on whether I should give commentary the full way, because again, like, I hit this a record of 13 times online, and like, okay, I'll give it my best. I do like that the tube, even though it's 1 bounce, it travels like through a whole lot of objects that goes soaring straight up and take out the enemy. I think the reason of why it is so effective is because you'll see the position in which I plant. Like, oftentimes enemies or teammates like to plant and defuse there respectively because they feel they have the most cover, and ultimately when you feel you have the most cover, for a bomb defense like this one, it lures your enemies into a false sense of security. And, before I even talk about that, like, I already talked about it, but before I even go further into that subject, I want you guys to look at where I am stationed. I am stationed practically in Ghost Spawn, and it's very easy to set up for this one, not to mention the close proximity to the bomb allows you to, fire 2 shots, and, I'm looking at the graphic and I'm just going like, no, that's not the case. I ended up taking out the commentary, the pre-existing commentary that I did for all the other 12 times that I hit this bank shot. I did. I was gonna say I wanted to copy and paste a portion of my top 100 ricochet tube defense. And this spot was definitely a highlight in that, even though it was in the very beginning. But at the same time, I wanted to be lazy and not give commentary for this one, strictly off of, the fact that commentary already existed. It was a bit more energetic and lively, and I bet you guys probably would have rather hear that one over, the commentary I'm giving now. But I didn't want to be lazy. I just wanted to, make sure that I talked all the way through. It was a challenge to see if my voice can keep up. And again, it's not like I'm overly excited judging all of these. Again, like, I'm judging all of my bomb defense. It's not supposed to be a glorious moment per se when you're in the beginning stages. The lower stages are kind of like, okay, this bomb defense exists. And I mean, there's not much to really, judge and speak about, but instead of talking about just bomb defense, just for this one alone, because there's so many clips of me hitting it online, I just wanted to, go on about it. A couple days ago, my cat of 23 years, she was born, or not 23 years, my cat of 21 years, she passed away last year, and she was born August the 1st, and I was just, commemorating her in my own private time. That cat is practically like a little sister. She was with me like all my life, and I think I made a Call of Duty montage, dedicated to her, and it's weird because, like, what, like a montage dedicated to a cat. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? But again, this cat was like, she was practically with me my whole life up until that point, and I definitely miss that cat dearly. I think the montage was Honor the Warrior, and I wanted to say to you guys, whenever you hear the Honor the Warrior bit, it actually has to do with a character greeting in my novel series that I've been writing. And the leader of one of the villages, actually not one of the villages, it's actually a city that lies atop the mountains. It, like, the villagers literally say honor the warrior, or no, not the villagers, but the leader actually says honor the warrior as like a question, and then the villagers say honor the warrior, and that's where that kind of bit comes from. I think a lot of things that relate to my YouTube intro and outro are in direct correlation to the novel series, and not a lot of people will know about that because I don't promote that work as often. But I just been working countlessly working countless hours on developing the series, making sure it's very linear in terms of progression, and then making sure you throw room for curveballs and character development. I think character development is more important than just plot details. So, I've just been going on and on about that. Hopefully, me jabbering on about, all this book stuff will actually pass the time long enough to get, past this clip, because by God, like hitting like this bomb defense for like 13 times is no small feat at all. I don't think there's anybody who's hit a bomb defend more times than 10, let alone 13. But again, it just goes to show how effective this shit is. Though I will say, for people who have known about my bank shots, they do know that whenever I get online and go on free fall, that's the first spot they check now, because I've hit this so many times. They're just kind of, used to it, which is good. I like the challenge. Now, I was gonna say, a good bit of the time people were actually, I know I said I don't often play with a team when it comes to doing bomb defense, but on a map like this, your teammates are pretty much inclined to watch the bomb anyways, and because it's such a close range map, when they die, you pretty much know, okay, they're there, like the enemy's there, you can fire your shit now, and a lot of the times that's worked out for me. But at the end of the day, this is just one small blimp out of, or not blimp, what the hell, blip out of 245, which is still surreal to me. But I had to find as many spots as possible, because people were catching on, learning my different routes and different positions in order to find out where I'm banking either a knife or a tube from. So I had to always keep them guessing. But again, after all of these showcases that I'm revealing to you guys, I am not finding another bomb defend, not to say ever again, but not on Ghost. I think if there is a word to use, like maybe retire, like completely from doing bank shots and just playing for fun. I think I spent way too much time just like doing bank shots by myself, and it almost leads me to become obsessed with them whenever I get online. But I just want to have fun, and honestly, I've been, recently I linked up with my good old pal Jared, who we did Call of Duty Ghost Safeguard recently. I used to play with him a lot on PS3, and we got to some decently high waves for Safeguard. Safeguard is a very underrated game mode. It's much like Modern Warfare 3 survival mode, except you don't have the caveat of a mini-map, nor do you have as much time to prepare for each wave. So it kind of rushes you to make sure that you're prepared, the enemies don't have flinch, and all that jazz. And me and him were able to survive up to wave 79 on Fog just the other day. So I'm going to be sharing that with you guys. I think it's a world record of ours. And you wouldn't really think Fog is possible to get that high of a wave on, but we did. We got to wave 79, just the two of us, and it's just a matter of having the right strategy, thinking ahead of your feet. Since I was used to playing Modern Warfare 3 survival mode, I was able to adjust on the fly, and that's why I was able to do so well on my own. I know I have my video up where it encompasses getting to wave 50 on every single map, both standard and DLC, so you guys can take a look at that as well if you guys are interested in learning the groove. But let's get back to the bomb defense for just a second. So with this particular spot, it gives me the unique opportunity to not only hit a bomb defend, but also if there's multiple people left, it gives me the ability to go to the bomb site and take out any remaining enemies. Again, because of its close proximity, you can just fire tubes and just run over and finish the rest. It's very, very convenient. If I had to make a list for the most effective bomb defend, this would definitely be number one. But this is not purely talking about effectiveness. This is just talking about angle, aesthetic, and breathtaking view. That's unfortunate, because I think this is the oldest spot of mine. This is one of the oldest spot of mine. I actually hit this back when I was on PS3 as well, but I didn't have any recording equipment then. I was just dicking around. But the moment I got the PS4, I was just hitting them back after back after back after back, and Yeah, it's just simple, really. That's all I needed. Oh man, I'm wondering how many clips I have left of this. I completely lost track. Like I'm staring at this and just going like, okay, this kind. Oh no! Tell me why, when I see this tube launched in the air, I'm thinking of the Apollo 13, and I'm just going like, oh no, I can't do that. I guess it's the motion and how it goes upwards. It's unsettling that I like that's the first thing that comes to mind. And like if you were somebody who was deeply affected by that, the tragedy of what happened with those pilots a long time ago, then my sincerest apologies. But I think I am concluding the amount of times that I hit this. This has to be the 11th time in context to the collection of clips. Not 11th, the 12th time. My fault. So, with that in mind, I think this is the final time that I hit it. And, good God. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to be going for another bank shot like this again because I want to hit something else and I probably can't. So, it's just so tedious to me. It's weird because, like, I want to hit different bank shots, and whenever I haven't hit a bomb defend all day, I get on this map and I have a 1 in like 3 chance. A 1 in a third chance, I should say. 1 and a third? What the fuck? That's 133. Oh my goodness. I should say 0.33. I think I'm having a stroke. What the fuck is going on? 0.33? What the hell? 33%. Okay, 33% chance of hitting this bank shot online because it's just so effective. Fucking hell. 0.33%. Goddamn. Alright. After this, I do not want to see that bomb defend again. Get it out of my screen. I love it, but get it out of my screen. I've seen too much. Next up, we have the 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on siege. This one is actually pretty interesting looking. You want to go up on this ladder and get in this corner, and then line up with this, stack of debris, but use that like leftward wall. And I mean, as for the angle, it's a very smooth transition where it not only bounces off of that wall, but it also bounces off of another part of the flat roof, taking out the opponent. It does go straight over, which again adds to the smoothness. So, like, honestly, a decent bank shot for siege, not gonna lie. Next up, we have the 1-bank strong arm thrower knife for bomb B on ignition, and this too I found on PS3, and I actually love this angle a lot. Because not a lot of people would think this is possible, nor would a lot of people, look up to see this type of angle. But it's actually a set of stairs that's at the very top of the structure, and by throwing the knife off of that, you get a wonderful aerial view where it just skids and flies all the way over to B-bomb. Very, very creative, but unfortunately it doesn't do more. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Stormfront. This is actually the first bomb defend that I found for Stormfront since PS3. And you want to get into a corner between the tire of this truck. Make sure this truck is actually not destroyed, because if it is, it'll interfere with the lineup. And line up your tube as shown. Again, pause the video if you need to see. The angle of this, I was going to say, it is a straightforward bank shot, but the angle that the tube has, it does do a little something unique, where it bounces off of the asphalt, and then it also bounces off of that ledge, smoothly transferring it over to the middle of B-bomb. There's definitely much sicker spots than that one, but for what it's worth, it is a decent bomb defend, even for current standards. Now, next up, we have the 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Octane, and honestly. Again, Octane is not very structurally sound when it comes to finding sick bank shots or bomb defense. But this, I was able to kind of think outside the box a little bit, using the gap between these two buildings to find something that goes, that slides through and, transports itself over to A. So you'll see that it just barely goes off that wall past the transformer and might skid off the ground once or twice. But it is a low moving bank shot, so it's intended to get your opponent's feet. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B of Mutiny. This is 2F3, or I should say this is the second out of the 3 2 bounces that I found. You want to line up with this fence and shoot your tube as shown. In the kill cam, it will illustrate that the tube goes straight up and then bounces off of the tree in a descending fashion, dropping down onto the middle of B-bomb from the rightmost side. I do think that's a decent angle for Mutiny, and quite honestly, surprised I couldn't find anything, additional to happen off of that, but I think it's for the best. Next up, we have the 1-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Freight. For this one, it's mainly just the angle, and the aerial view is breathtaking, so I did take that to heart, because there was barely an angle here that I could use. Everything else that I tried from that corner, it just got stuck on the barbed wire fence or wall, but this one, it was able to travel over, the tall buildings, and then, just barely hover over the wall to take out the opponent. And I do think they diffuse in an area where they have the most cover, so that's also effective. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube on Stonehaven's bomb A. In this one, I had to think outside the box because bomb A is pretty isolated and there's not a lot of, objects to bank off of, which would, get you a desirable bomb defend for A. But, by going prone into this corner, I did manage to bank shot off of this wall. But the one thing that, I'll save that for after the bomb defend is kind of showcased. So you see it goes off of this wall and then, travels through the metaphorical ceiling and then bounces off of this wall slightly, taking out the diffuser. But what I was going to say is when you do set up for this spot, it's heavily dependent on you making your first shot, because you have to reposition your tube after you fire it. That's just the nature of whenever you're looking straight up and you're prone. It's a mechanic that annoys me, but you have to do it, and you just gotta make sure that you do this right the first time you go around. It takes a lot of practice. Luckily, the lineup is easy, but again, you would have to study this. You would have to use a throwing knife to line it up. I was gonna say using a throwing knife or using a marksman rifle is a perfect way to line up the more difficult and precise bomb defense, whether it be with using a knife or using a castet. But I was going to say, on this gameplay, I did manage to do really well. This is one of the rare occasions that I was kind of clutching the round, though it wasn't a complete clutch because there was somebody still left. But I took out 4 enemies, and I finished off the 4th enemy with the bomb defend itself. Again, it's a very rare opportunity, and it just further drives home that I'm so used to going for bomb defense by myself that I'm able to take out large quantities of entities like one of my Ghostbusters. Large quantities of enemies by myself, and by extension, when I'm able to set up for a bomb defend, I make sure that I'm in the most favorable position, and I use a throwing knife because it's the most silent weapon in the game. So it's just preferable that I do that, and not a lot of people would expect you to be back there when you're kind of watching the bomb. So I only had 1 shot, and it's very rare that I get in positions like this. So literally during the round, I actually was praying to God. I was praying to God that I wanted to hit this spot, man, and my prayer was answered. I was able to hit it. Not an ideal way to pray to your, pray to God. So, but like, it happened.
I hit it.
first Stonehaven spot. Yes.
Yeah, I was very
my
ecstatic for
God.
this one.
Yes. Oh my God.
I love that one.
That.
Next one is the one bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Gold Rush. Now this is the first Gold Rush to be featured on this list. And bomb A specifically for this one is incredibly isolated, leaving a lot of stalactites and rock formations for you to have any type of angle, whether you're inside or outside. And for this one, I just barely managed to find something where it, you'll see in the kill cam what it does, but it actually bounces just barely over one of the stalactites on the ground. So you'll see here, and then takes out the opponent in that that corner. I thought it was a very good angle for what that, how limited that bomb site was, but I still find better spots for that. Next up, we have the one bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on ignition, and like Gold Rush's bomb A, this one is incredibly isolated. Yet, I did manage to find, even if it was a one bounce, I did manage to find a decent angle for this where it goes off of the inside of the plane wreckage and just barely gets in there. Very nice shot though. Next up, we have the the three bounce ricochet tube on bomb B for Unearth. Now, this one is, it's almost like the 2 bounce ricochet tube that was on Strike Zone, like the regular version. But what made this one a bit more unique is it actually bounced off of the bomb itself in a fashion that is not, common for this, any bomb defense in this game. So that's what made it kind of skyrocket a little bit on the list for me. But I couldn't give it any more than 215th place. So you see it bounce off the ground, and then it bounced off the nose of the bomb, giving a slight jump upwards, taking out the opponent. Again, the angle, not impressive, but the final bounce definitely helped. Next up, we have our first retired bomb defend due to inconsistency, which is the 2-bank no strong arm throwing knife on bomb A for flooded. Yeah, this one, at first I thought it was one of the 6 throwing knife bomb defense that I've ever found, because I was so curious about that, that long-sided wall that was just on the parking garage and wanting it to go towards A so badly. But the thing is, if you're so much as a hair off, your throwing knife will do something completely different, and honestly, I didn't have tolerance for it. You'll see in the kill cam it bounces off of the garage wall and then bounces off of the slanted rubble just right above the opponent. It's okay. But again, it's retired, so I had to find an updated variation, which is the 2-bounce ricochet tube on bomb A. I found this one was much more consistent and a better visual overall. It involves you looking at the barbed wire fence and then firing your tube. Again, post the video if you need to see it. I don't know why I have this type of accent right now, but as you can see, the tube goes straight up in the air and then bounces off of the slanted rubble, and it bounces backwards, which means the angle is definitely a better one. A better improvement from the throwing knife spot overall. I think when I'm slightly congested, I feel the need to change my accent. But we're gonna edit that out. Anyways, the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Favela, it's not that bad. But honestly, for the bomb defense that I found later on, I could tolerate this one. The fact that it bounces off of the concrete and then bounces off of the wall towards another building and off the ground again, it definitely did a lot more than just a 1 bounce. So, the angle was decent, but there's definitely better spots out there. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Octane. And, oh man, I wanted to not set that up. I'm getting ready to lay down, but you know what? I'm gonna sit right up. I'm sorry, I didn't explain this one all that well. This one involves you bouncing your tube off of the tanker, and it bounces off of the nose of the convoy vehicle right over here, taking out the diffuser. I think this one was a very underrated angle and a creative spot overall, especially for Octane, where it has a deficiency in structural, I guess, structural ambiguity. Next up, we have the two bounce ricochet tube for bomb A, the first of the two spots that I found for it. You want to line up with the ceiling. I always wanted to find a bomb defend that went out of these cracks in these like windows here. I tried to do it from a further distance, but it just wouldn't allow me to do so. So I had to get it close and bounce it off that ceiling, where it was able to bounce off of the road and just barely go past the leg of that station there, taking out the diffuser. Oh man, I do think this might be better. If I face it this way, maybe it will work. Next up, we have the 2 to 3 bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on ignition. Maybe this will be a little better, I don't know. But as far as this one goes, it is like you bounce it off of basically the pipeline structure that's right here, and the aesthetic effect of the kill cam allows the throwing knife to bounce almost through fire and then transfer itself over to B side. As an angle, I think it's pretty impressive, especially for ignition. The bank shot itself is dynamic. It does, do a decent bit on its own, so I have no shame in it. I did confirm it online, but unfortunately I was slow. I didn't, throw it in time, and I was like, I really don't have an explanation, really. Like, at least not an excuse. I was just slow at this point in time. I really wanted to hit this bank shot, and it was one of the easiest ones to set up once I did manage to get to B side. But alas, I caved in under pressure, which is a typical occurrence for me. But here's what we got: the clan tag, face the mountain, We gotta confront that pressure. We gotta take it head on. Still a very wonderful shot. My oh my, I'm gonna be in for a long one, really. Alright, the next one is the 1 to 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Pharaoh. Pharaoh's bomb B is very isolated as well. There's not a lot you can use there, but I use this hole that's in this, I should say the cavity that's in this ceiling over here, and it just carries the cassette tube all the way over to B, and then it bounces off of the side of a box. It does have the ability to bounce off of the box and the bomb if it's like a hair shorter, but for what it's worth, it is an effective angle. Very decent to beginner bank shots, so sure. Next up, we have the last of the 2 bounce ricochet tubes for bomb A on Octane, where it involves you being pretty much near Ghost side, and you want to look with your marksman rifle at this sign as shown. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. This tube does have a breathtaking visual, and the actual object of focus is unique to find an angle for. The kill cam is not really anything too remarkable, but again, it's breathtaking. It does have some hang time, so it does work, functionally for my standards. Next up, we have the 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on freefall. This one involves you being on Federation spawn side, which makes this incredibly risky. But once you line up with this particular wall, you want to fire your tube. Again, pause the video if you want to see the exact lineup. But this one actually impressed me for a little bit. The angle of it was not too impressive, but the fact that the tube actually managed to bounce after being at such a high elevation in the air, and also bounce off a couple objects on the ground, definitely made it a bonus, honestly. But again, the angle wasn't too impressive. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Sovereign. You see that I threw the knife out of the 2 windows or whatnot. You would have to destroy, or not destroy, shatter those windows in order for this to work. So, man, my headset just connected to the mic again, and it like created a sonic boom of audio. So I do apologize about that. But you see the 2 bounces off of those, and then bounces off of the roof of that structure, taking out the diffuser. When I hit this online a long time ago, I used my throwing knife as a reference point when doing this, like, lining it up. And when I threw it out the window, because I couldn't use my castet, I didn't want to waste either castet. So I figured if it was either the throwing knife or the castet, I'd rather waste the throwing knife and kind of just guesstimate where the castet crosshairs would be. But ultimately, that was kind of what cost me the round, is I had no idea where the castet crosshairs were exactly pinpointed. I did have a rough hypothesis of where it was, but it wasn't accurate enough to hit the target in time. But I'm still grateful that I managed to hit the target, regardless. It's not often you see bomb defense on Ghost, so you gotta take it while you can. Man, I am in drastic need of water. Next up, we have the leaning 1-bounce throwing knife for bomb B on Ruins. Ruins' bomb B is extremely isolated, but there's a lot of rock formations and structures around that area which a lot of bankshotters choose not to touch. But overall, I do think this is an impressive angle, especially because of the station of where B-bomb is placed, and it just skims over. Again, I hit this online twice, didn't get a kill cam for either of them. But what's important to take away from this is a lot of people who played this map during my time, they like to plant in the location that the throwing knife lands. So I don't even have to plant the bomb or communicate with the teammates really of the spot or its nature in order to hit this. But quite honestly, I did try to give my teammates some call-outs of where the enemies were, even if we had some 2 totally different goals. But again, I only hit one. A lot of the times that I hit this bomb defend, it was during engagement with multiple enemies still left, and that's just the way it is. It's a selfish thing, no doubt about it, but in order to hit bank shots on Ghost without an absence of a team, someone have to be selfish. And I wasn't going to be able to hit as many bank shots as I hit without being selfish. And that's something I immensely struggled with. Just growing up, I always kind of looked after the team or the group, not really getting much in return, so I kind of see this as giving back to myself. But as you can see, didn't take out the second guy there. Next up, we have the 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Freight. And the reason why this one was so effective, actually, before I even say the reason why it was so effective, let me just compute the angle for you guys. So you're practically in Ghost spawn, and you're in this corner. The kill cam doesn't show it, but if you're a slight bit higher with your aim, you'll actually crash into the crate that's kind of, hanging from the crane. So you want to make sure your tube is lined up exactly like mine. And then it bounces off of the boxes, off of the 2 respective walls, and then bounces off of the patch of, I guess, ash or snow in the ground. I think it's ash, actually, or soot. In the ground to take out the opponent. But I was going to say what makes this one so effective is because the 4th bounce lands in a place where the enemies have the most cover when they're trying to defuse. Enemies are naturally inclined, regardless of where you plant, to defuse in that corner because, again, they feel they have the most cover. So the 5th bounce does not even really need to take place at all. in order for you to hit your target. Which, I mean, I wish I could get the 5th bounce in there, but honestly, like, a win's a win. You can hit this, as you know, as I've shown. Oh man, I'm trying to figure out a good way. To work this thing with my diaphragm the way it is, because my diaphragm is naturally very hindered due to a hernia that's located over there. So it's really tough for me to speak for long periods of time. But I'm trying. Anyways, like, again, this is just a very consistent spot. The angle is not really unique, but the location in which the final tube, or not the final tube, the 4th and 5th bounce kind of reside, it is very reliable. I kind of had to do an updated lineup for it with a marksman rifle. I never had to use a marksman rifle for this spot before, at least during 2023. But in 2024, a lot of the visual graphics had changed in terms of markings, so I had to, reestablish where I was supposed to aim with the marksman rifle. And, luckily I was able to get it for the tutorial for you guys.
Yes.
Alright, my phone is going haywire with this whack-ass outlet. Jesus.
Yes.
But, alas, very effective.
Oh, yes. Happy birthday.
Oy, oy, oy.
fucking Bankshots. Happy
Why did I
birthday,
do this to myself? Yikes. Yikes. Next up, I thought this was going to be a throwaway spot, but, I will say it does have a unique lineup. You're in the Federation spawn and you're lining up with a slanted wall of concrete, very damaged wall, I should say, and it bounces, off of this wall and then bounces off of the slope structure that allows you to climb up top these buildings here. But honestly, it's the location of the final bounce. I think the final bounce could have been much better, but it requires your enemies to be crouched or standing up in order to make contact with them. So it's very circumstantial if you're going to hit that, but still a unique angle. Next up, we have the first 4-bank ricochet tube for bomb A on Showtime. Now, Showtime actually makes up for its lack of throwing knife spots with its ricochet tubes. I was able to find some decent angles for them. Just like this one. Again, line up the tube is shown if you want to do it for yourself. But it allows you to bounce your tube off of this wall, bounce off of a parallel wall. Oh my goodness, the sonic boom. And also, it bounces off the ground twice. Man, I hate when it does that sonic boom effect. I swear to God. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Fog. This allows you to go practically into Federation spawn and then, line up in the middle of this barrel and then, line up your tube crosshair as shown. B for Fog is very isolated as well, but there are caveats around it, as you'll see here. I used the doorway to have the tube travel through, and it just barely bounces upwards and takes out the opponent. Oh my goodness, the white light. Man. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B. The first of the second. Jesus Christ. The first of the 2 spots, I should say. This one is decent, I guess. For an angle, I guess it's decent because it bounces off of the pallets that are adjacent over to B side. But aside from that, there's nothing really unique about the visual at all. And I never went for this spot online, so it's not a throwaway one, but one I just don't prefer. I like beautiful bank shots. Sorry, exquisite taste. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Chasm. Like the other bomb defense that have isolated, bomb positions, Chasm's bomb A was incredibly difficult to find good spots for. But this one involved me in lining up the tube with the ceiling, and it allowed it to bounce off of the road and off of the the wall of the, I don't even know. The wall of the station, I guess. Taking out the diffuser. I don't like the position in which you have to plant. It's very far off from the bomb, which makes it a little shaky to me, but still a decent spot. Next up, we have the 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Tremor. This one I found on PS3. You want to get in this corner and crouch, and then line up with the wall that's over here, and then fire your tube as shown. Man, I guess the angle for this is actually pretty unique because this is not an angle you would assume that you would have, and I didn't even think that corner existed until I just merged into it. But as you can see, the tube bounced off of the wall, off the ground, over the ambulance, and then dribbles off the ground a couple of times. It might just hit on your fourth bounce like this one. But yeah, I think what makes this one so effective is because people don't expect you to be in the position that I'm stationed in. They expect you to be closer to the bomb, and it throws them for a loop a lot of the time. So, I mean, I was able to hit this on PS3 as well, but preferably on PS4, I was able to hit it in 2023 and 2024. So, it's one that works across the different graphic ranges. Still, I wish I found better. Yoink. I love that. Here I actually get to show you guys, me planning it on a real game. I gave the last person who was alive the slip. Distracted with another teammate while I just went over here and just no, just going about my day, It's pretty much at this point where people, especially enemies, they do not like to leave me alive to go to set up for the, well, that's the objective anyway. You're supposed to kill the last guy, but, for me in particular, they do not want to defuse until, they find me, and they'll run all over the map to try to find me, which pisses me off, but understandable. I would be afraid of me too. In any event,
Oh God.
I would not want to be on the receiving end of a bank shot, though I would admire it because bank shotting is a dead art and a wonderful skill. Damn this thing. Next up, we have the other 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on freight. Luckily for me, this one is one I hit online twice. Again, I don't know why I have this accent right now. I enough about that though. We're gonna get back into it, man. This one goes off of the wall at a high angle, bounces off of the wood, bounces off of the wall, takes out the diffuser. As far as an angle goes, it's not too unique, but the visual was breathtaking. Not only did it have the hang time, the match, it also was dynamic. It had a lot of things going on. It was perfect for my standards of at least a decent bank shot for bomb B. And I did find better, but honestly, I will say the amount of bounces in a bank shot does not equate to it being better. So just keep that in mind as you see more things on this list that kind of correlate with that. Oh man. If you hear me repositioning my mic and my body in particular, again, I'm recording this practically in bed, and I'm just trying to readjust my diaphragm so I'm able to speak a little bit clearer into the mic. Oh man. This next time that I hit it, I was able to both plant the bomb and kind of get a kill before, going to set up for it, and by God, man. Oh man. So tired, but I love working on this. My God. And here we are. Yep. I had all the other players like headset muted, so they didn't have much of a reaction by extension.
Oh.
Damn. Just spread. I opened up his cheeks and I said, I'm doing construction here. No, I'm just kidding. So here we have the other two bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on strike zone. And I like this angle because you're lined up with the knee of the statue that's back here, and it bounces off the top of the roof of the pro shop, just barely carrying it over to the B bomb. I think this is a much better angle, and it does have a bit of a breathtaking visual, but unfortunately I couldn't find any better than that, at least for the regular version of Strike Zone's Bomb B. The chem version of Strike Zone is a lot more free-flowing and has a lot more objects that you can use, so, like, you know, there it goes. Now, we have the 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for Bomb B on Flooded. Like I said, for other bomb sites, this one is incredibly isolated. But there's objects there that you can use that, you know, kind of counteract that. As you see here, there's a thin wall that I lined up with. Once I throw my knife, the kill cam will illustrate that it goes just barely out to the side of that thin, you know, wall or part of the window, and then it just skids off the ground, carrying it over to B-bomb. I do think that was a wonderful angle. Next up, we have a 2-bounce ricochet tube on Bomb B for Stonehaven. And this is the second spot of, you know, out of the 2 that I found. This one's not all that impressive for an angle, but I will say something here. I always wanted to find a tube defend that bounced off of one of the castle's battlements. There is a better bomb defend that I have that bounced off of the battlements, but this one carried over just fine. And yeah, I mean, it's fine. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B, the first of the 4 for Octane. I do an initial lineup to set up because you're lining up with a barbed wire fence, and it's just damn near impossible to memorize the pattern in which you have to line up your tube. So once you use that, you fire your castet crosshair. You fire your castet crosshair? No. Oh my goodness. But you'll see that the castet travels off of this wall and then bounces off the ground, off of the wall, and bounces in front of the bomb. I think that's a very underrated angle. Next up, we have a 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A for Freight. Now, those boxes that were on top of that part of the train, I will use again, but this time from a different angle. I always wanted to find a tube defend in which the castet actually bounces to the side of the boxes as opposed to on top, as you'll see here. It does that and then bounces off the ground, off the wall, and off the ground again, just barely touching the opponent's feet. But Mort, not the feet. But like seriously, it's a decent spot for that decent angle. Next up, we have the first bomb defend that I discovered on the DLC, which is the 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Containment. The visual of the kill cam was not too impressive, but the angle of this, I guess, curved, like part of the structure here was definitely unique. I never thought that would work, and it's definitely one of the smoothest angles that I found. You know, as like just a novice getting into bank shotting, but as you can see, the tube bounces off of the ground and off of the locked doorway, touching the opponent.
Oh, there's someone very.
And when I hit it online, I didn't plant the bomb either. A teammate planted the bomb. I have no idea, like, if it was on top of the bomb or, like, you know, in the middle or something like that. But I wanted to make sure that my tube hit.
Oh my
God. And it did. And then I was able to get the guy behind me. some legendary stuff. About to say legislation. No, we're not talking about presidents on this channel. Fuck that. Okay, I'm about to just unplug this outlet here because it is not doing anything for my phone battery, unfortunately. So yeah, let's get rid of that. Just give it a second. There we go. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube on collisions bomb B. This one was a lot more impressive in comparison to the other collision bomb defends that I've shown on, on this list. So here you go. It bounced off this wood wall that looks like it was bitten by jaws, and then it bounces off of the rightmost debris, taking out the diffuser, and an interesting looking visual. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube on bomb A for octane. Actually, 4 to 5 bounce, I should say. This one is not too impressive a visual, but it does bounce off of a generator that's in the middle, of this, the gas station. And then it bounces off of another nearby wall that just barely carries it over to the position in which the bomb was planted. So you'll see in the kill cam, goes over the gas station, bounces off the wall and off the ground several times, taking out the opponent low under the belt. I just hate its positioning, honestly. Next up, we have the first and only cast that spot that I managed to find for bomb A on Overlord. I know WWK Hayes has one that is much more impressive aesthetically, but this one was the most creative one I could find. It involved me using this doorway to, and using a marksman rifle to look at and bank the tube off of the bottom of it. Just enough so it can bounce off of the ground a couple of times, carrying it over to A, just barely. I will say though, Hayes does have the better spot, so if you go on his channel, you'll be able to see it. But yeah, this one is no slouch either. It's just very risky because you're inside of the actual building the bomb is located in. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A, 2 of 3 on Showtime. It involves you being on this side, near B side, getting in this corner and lining up with the force shape marking that's on the wall. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. But once you're ready, this bank shot actually travels in an interesting angle, which reminds me of baseball when you're running to your different plates. It makes me think the tube traveled, first to first base, then second base, then third base. Like you'll see here, first base, second base, third base. I don't know. There's just something about it that reminds me of baseball. I'm sorry. Next up, we have a Sub-Zero bomb defend for bomb A. It's 3 bounce, and Sub-Zero's bomb A is one of the toughest, places to find a somewhat decent bomb defend for because it's so isolated. But luckily I managed to find one where it involved me being outside and using, the top of this window, the top of the bottom of the window or whatever the fuck. And it just, you'll see in the kill cam what it does. It's very quick acting, so you can fire multiple shots if you miss the first. But it bounces off of the top of this, bounces off of the ground and off of the bomb, giving you a decent 3 bounce. I think for Sub-Zero's bomb A, that was almost as good as it was going to get it. Next up, we have the first 3-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Tremor. I will say the angle for this is remarkable. I use the side of the headlights of this truck that's over here in the background, and the throwing knife does manage to travel over to bomb B fairly smoothly. It bounces off the ground a couple of times, but the visual of the kill cam is what lacked, despite the angle being absolutely beautiful. So you'll see here. Again, it's not a bad bomb defend, but it's just, it suffers visually, honestly. Next up, we have a 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Sovereign. One plant right about here, and you want to run right over here, crouch, use your marksman rifle for this, but you want to line up exactly how it's shown. This tube in the kill cam, it is basically a casted version of the one bounce throwing knife that I hit earlier online. So you'll see here it goes straight here and then just barely, slides off of that middle structure, or I should say beam, taking out the opponent. Very, very nice and smooth transition. Next up, we have the final final 2-bounce ricochet tube on Mutiny for Bomb B. It involves you being atop the ship, so make sure you have a teammate plant this one. And I use a marksman rifle to, as a guideline. Originally, when I found this spot, it was going to have more bounces, but honestly, the single player lineup, I couldn't really compute what it was doing since I was playing by myself. But you'll see it bounce off of part of the ship and then bounce off of this wall, carrying it over to B with ease. I found that to be a very unique angle for Bomb B on Mutiny, honestly. Next up, we have the 1-bank strong arm throwing knife for Bomb A. Like a couple other spots, this one does suffer visually in the kill cam, but I will say that the angle is definitely unique. I used the police car in which the transformer is set to fall upon, to kind of gauge where the throwing knife is supposed to go. So you'll see in the kill cam, goes off of the car and then bounces all the way over to A. Next up, we have another sub-zero bomb defend for Bomb B. It is the 3 to 4 bounce. It involves you being along this wall. You want to crouch and line up as shown. This tube doesn't do what you think it does, actually. It doesn't just do, a couple bounces off the ground and calls it a day. No. I wanted to do better than that. So this tube actually travels off of this wall, and then it also bounces off of the wall that's next to the silo, and then it bounces off of the ground finally, carrying itself over to B-bomb. It can bounce an additional time if your opponent is further back, which is nice, but it's not necessary. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Departed. Visually, this kill cam does suffer, but it does bounce off of a tree for its second bounce, and to bounce off of trees or rocks require an insane amount of precision. So I will say it does help its angular movement, but again, in the kill cam you won't really see all that much because of all the leaves and branches in the way. It's still just a decent bank shot. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Bayview. This one involves going towards the middle of the map and lining up with this wall. The second bounce of the tube actually bounces off of the rounded roof of the building to the leftmost side of B. You'll see in the kill cam. But because of that curved angular building, it does allow it to bounce the other way, straight over to there. Unique angle indeed. And next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Dynasty. This one I love to death because it has such an amazing visual. It's breathtaking the way the tube travels straight up in the air, and then the second bounce kind of halts it, in my opinion. It's almost like, the umpire catching a baseball. It's like the sudden halt of the tube's free movement when it bounces off of this, adjacent roof of this building, just dropping onto the diffuser. Still a decent bank shot though. Next up, we have the 2 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A, and the reason why I say 2 to 4, on previous tutorials, I showcased that it was a 2 bounce where it bounced through the gap in the garage and then bouncing off of an adjacent wall that overlooks A side. But what I found in this tutorial, and also what I found in the kill cam when I hit it online, was there was a delay when I hit it, so it actually bounced off the bomb and off the ground to take out the diffuser. And typically, when I did the tutorial before, it didn't have any such delay when I hit it on the bot. So like, I was kind of confused. I was like, what was going on? So I replicated what I did when I got the the kill here, and I understood that the delay was caused by the tube bouncing off of the bomb and the ground. So that's why I have the 2 to 4. If they're close enough to where the tube lands after the second bounce, then it'll be 2 bounces. But if they're further back, then it'll lead into the 4. I wish I could have got the kill cam for this, but there was multiple people still alive.
Oh, I hit it! I hit it! Yo! Yo!
I sound like I had an orgasm. I'm gonna edit that out.
Oh!
Next up, we have a 2-bounce ricochet tube for Prison Break's Bomb A. It involves you going in this corner and lining up with a rock. Again, use marksman rifles when lining up with rocks. And this one I kind of found by accident. I was kind of like digging around trying to figure out, if there was any other new bank shots I could find for A, because I already found so many. And there's not a lot of entry places for your bank shots to go for A. But this one was rather unique. It is quick acting, yes. But the fact that it bounces off of a rock, and then it also bounces off of the back of this chair that's next to the computer monitor, it gave it just enough angle to get there, and I think that was awesome. Next up, we have, it's not a dual entry, do not listen to the graphic. It's just a 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A, the first of the 2 on Tremor. But I originally did want to have a dual entry spot, and I probably should have, but it is what it is. The clips have been edited already. This tube bounces off of this wall. It provides a wonderful aerial view where it travels over this building and then bounces over off the ground, off the wall, and then off the ground again, carrying itself over to A. Decent. The extra bounces at the end did help its angular movement a little bit, because I didn't think that was possible from how high and how steep it was. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A, and this one is in the same position where the 2-bounce ricochet tube was. I just did a different lineup altogether, and it changed the trajectory of it completely. I did want to find a tube defend that went through the gap of the not the overhang, but the awning that had the staircase and the satellite above it, like you'll see right here. I wanted that gap cleared, and then it also bounced off the barrel and off the ground, taking out the opponent defusing. Next up, we have the 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Departed. This one involves going to this wall. I mean, the angular movement is not all that impressive, but for the fact that it was on, this bomb site, was more than enough. I wish it bounced off of sound equipment, but the momentum of the tube and the angle of it didn't really allow it, so I had to bounce it off the wall that was right above it. But still, it was not bad. As you can see here, bounced off the ground and off the bomb as well. So again, it's not bad. Next up, we have the other 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Octane. This one was very creative. The kill cam, the visual was not too impressive, but it was just a very creative bomb defend, because I always wanted to find a bomb defend that bounced off of the tank that was in front of the bomb. And this one allowed me not only to do that, but also bank the tube out of a slight angle of these barricaded windows, and it also bounced off the ground that allowed it to carry over to the bomb. And when I hit this online, it wasn't the bank shot itself but what led up to it, in addition to it. Because this was a 1v5 clutch situation where I had a riot shield and throwing knives, and I had to preserve my castet tubes in order to finish off the remaining enemies. I think this is probably the most impressive Call of Duty clip, I should say most impressive bomb defend clip of all time, because of the circumstances behind this, because of what I had to do leading up to it. Like, every enemy that I killed was directly trying to watch over the very bomb that I wanted to plant, and I knew if I confronted the group it would mean certain death, so I had to isolate and pick off each one silently with a throwing knife, with the cover of the riot shield, and, pick my spots very, very carefully. Now, due to the nature of some of the players that were on the lobby, again, this is an analysis here, so I'm trying to be as analytical as possible. But when I was patrolling over this area, I knew that a lot of people like to guard from the top of the gas station, so I had to draw them out. And there was one person who was using off the grid, and had I not seen them, or had he been behind me, I would have been screwed. I would not have been able to cross. But luckily I was able to take him out. There was somebody who was trying to shoot trying to shoot at me from the other side. And after firing at my shield, she didn't want to be next, so she completely ran over to A. I was like, okay, fine. I already knew there was somebody up top of here. Took him out. So, all that was left was setting up for the bomb defend in one of the most glorious clutches I've ever seen. Seriously. I can't stress enough how glorious this was. And I'm trying my best to be humble. I cannot be humble in the face of greatness right here. This was just that bank shot that set it off. That made me one of the best bank shotters of all time. I don't care. This clip made me one of the best bank shotters of all time. I don't care. I don't care. Seriously. Because it's one thing to hit bank shots on the fly. It's another thing to plan them and, act accordingly in order for your bank shots to hit. It takes brainstorming and a lot of, thought to get angular movement down to a T. So, a lot of people on Black Ops 1, I'll call them the GOATs because, that game, there's so much room for creative thought in that game with all the camera spikes and different objects and the teamwork that you can do. But on a game like this where you don't have that caveat, I will put myself in that upper echelon category. Next up we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, the first of the two. And this one I also confirmed online. The angle is not anything too impressive, unfortunately, but it is it does have quite a bit of hang time. It does bounce off of a nearby roof. It carries itself over to B-bomb and then also bounces off of the bomb itself, reverting into a backwards type of movement. And as you see, don't do what I did in this clip. Unfortunately, I had to both plant the bomb and set up for the spot, and I had to run a long distance. I didn't have marathon, and I had a shield, so I was very slow in movement. It was by the grace of God that I was able to hit this bomb defend online at all, and luckily there was nobody that I was facing that was over on this side. They were all already close to B as it was, so I just needed my teammates to kind of hold them off until I could make it up here, and luckily they did. Oh man. I knew at the 7-second mark I would be the lucky 7.
Oh my god.
So, lucky 7 is what I used, and yep.
I knew it. I had a fucking feeling. Yeah.
That's crazy.
2 in 1 day. 2 in fucking 1 day.
I hit that on my birthday. That was the second bomb defend that I hit on my birthday last year. Next up, we have the 1-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Siege. Siege's bomb B is incredibly isolated, and it was incredibly difficult to find a decent bank shot for it. A lot of the bank shots often involve straightforward movement, which, I mean, it's if it's all you can do, it's all you can do. But for me here, it actually bounced off of part of those pillars, and it's a very like quick transition. So like, pay close attention to this, where it bounces just barely off of that to carry itself over here. I think that's a decent angle. Next up, we have the one bank strong arm throwing knife on bomb B. I know I put it in the graphic that it's supposed to be bomb B, and I completely forgot. I was like, oh yeah, bomb dynasty, like which bomb? But this one actually used the ears of the dragon for this lineup, and then the throwing knife is set to travel through the belly, the the void left behind in the belly of the dragon, and it managed to bounce off of a roof, carry itself over the cherry blossom leaves and take out the diffuser. I think this one was an insane angle for Dynasty. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on flooded. Like, again, as I was editing through it, I was going like, why am I getting all these bombs wrong? But yeah, bomb B on flooded again is incredibly isolated. I did see that there was a window opening over here, and at first I used the throwing knife, but then I was like, you know what, I want to see if a castet version is possible. There was a desk nearby the bomb in which its side was exposed, so I was trying to see if I could find angular movement with that, and just barely managed to get it through the room. And like, again, I hit this online 3 times. It's very effective, and the fact that the tube travels in a general direction, I know I pretty much told you guys this when it was on the top 100 ricochet tubes, or should say top 100 ricochet tube spots that I found. I said that when a tube travels in a general direction, it has a larger surface area to hit your target, because if your tube has a larger surface area, it leaves more room for their limbs to be caught, lacking if they're trying to diffuse, let's say, in an area where they think they have the most cover.
Wow.
The tube can travel there and then some. It's much different than a tube traveling straight up in the air and landing in a particular point. It's another when your tube bounces very close proximity to other objects that are near the bomb. And that's what I kind of used to my advantage here. Now, in this particular instance, when I got the kill, I never thought this possible, but, or not that I never thought this possible, but one of my friends who, like, at the time, he was like, I never seen you hit the bomb defend online before, so I was like, you know what, like, part of me was like, I'm gonna show him the hard way. Pause. But like, yeah, I wanted to set up for this, and I think my teammates actually wanted to see this happen as well, because since I hit bomb defense quite frequently on this game, they were just going like, all right, we'll allow you one pass. And this was my pass. And I didn't think this was possible, but the dude actually managed to run into the tube. I don't know how. Like, the short amount of time it takes for the tube to travel there and for him to run into it was just a sight to behold. Now, this is the final clip on which I hit this spot online, and what I really liked about this clip was it incorporated the second and third bounce of the actual tube spot. So here we go. I'm gonna mute myself real fast so I can take off the shirt. It is incredibly hot in my room. Alright, back to it. So, as I was saying, the second and third bank was incorporated in the final kill cam of this one.
I got him.
And it made me be filled with joy, because again, this is such an elusive bomb defend.
Oh, ho, ho.
I love that. A very unique angle indeed. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on siege, and the location for it is a little shifty, but the angle for it, it's this very smooth transition. It's like a skid type of movement, and it bounces off of the concrete slab. That's kind of a part of the angular sloped debris. So, I mean, there's nothing bad about it. Honestly, I just like, it's kind of just there, but it's definitely better than the other bomb defense mentioned. So you see in the kill cam, tube travels over the building and then bounces off of the slab. It looks almost like a large, run of a stair, and takes out the diffuser. Next up, we have yet another 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Octane. This one was a fairly recent spot where I used the top of the gas station. It's, it's runway here, and I lined up with a marksman rifle because there was a lot of dots here, and you have to line up with the right one. So post the video if you want to see that. And the tube defend actually bounced off of the this slanted barbed wire fence. And in the kill cam, you'll see that not only does it bounce off of that, it also bounces off the ground twice, but the background of the barbed wire fence did help its aesthetic, in my opinion. Had that not been there, I don't think it would have been as high up as it was. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Stormfront, and this is one of two. You want to get in Federation spawn and line up with a bit of leaf, overgrowth of foliage on this wall here. Again, pause the video if you want to see it, but this was a very unique angle for B-bomb as well, the only angle possible for this type of tube. So you see, it goes off of this wall, and then it just barely clears the gap through that doorway, bouncing off of the ground twice, taking out the opponent. My god. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on whiteout. This is the first bomb defend for bomb A on whiteout on this list, and I was able to procure quite a bit of different angles and bank shots, for that bomb. It was very underrated. So I lined up with the middle of a tree and then used this nearby roof to find a tube defend that worked. Again, pause the video if you want to see it, but the kill cam will illustrate that the tube traveled off of this roof through the doorway here, and then also bounced off of the nearby stack of lumber, and then off the ground itself, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the first ricochet tube defend on Gold Rush, where we have 3 bounces involved. It is on bomb B, and it involves you being lined up with a cactus. In real life physics, you would probably be pricked to death, or not pricked to death, but you would end up looking like, I can't even say, but the actual angle of this is just the only bomb defend that I could really find that it bounces off of the tower itself. I always wanted to find a bank shot off of the tower, but it doesn't do only that. It bounces off of the edge of this roof and then bounces off of the train, taking out the opponent. For the amount of hang time that it has, it does do quite a bit. Next up, we have the 1 to 2 bank throwing knife, not strong arm, on bomb A for whiteout. It involves you going practically into your spawn and lining up with this, these sides of ice. Okay, this should be a little bit better for the mic quality, but I was gonna say, lining up with this tree over here, it allows the throwing knife to go through a window that I was looking at for a long time, trying to figure out if a castet or a throwing knife could go through. Luckily, only a throwing knife could go through, but it's still very sick, and sometimes it bounces off of this large king stud that's just staring in the middle of the floor. Man. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Pharaoh. This one was a unique angle as well, because bomb B is incredibly isolated in regards to objects you can use to bank off of. You bounce it off the ground first, like it's shown. Oh man. And then the kill cam will illustrate that it bounces off of the back of the, the seating of the truck, right about here, and takes out the opponent. You have to really think outside the box to find decent bomb defense for this game. Next up, we have the one bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Tremor, and this one I've hit online 3 times as shown in the graphic. This one involves you being in ghost spawn, and you're able to throw your knife through the parking garage here, through all of this infrastructure, and it goes straight over, bounces off of the ground, and takes out the opponent when ready. Now, what allowed me to hit this so many times was teammates often planted in that location without even wanting to communicate it or do any of the sort. It's just a tendency that they had to, plant right about there. So I took it upon myself to go into spawn and line up for this spot, because it does intersect quite a few people who are trying to defuse in that area, and that's how I got a couple kills there. So yeah.
I'll take that. Yeah, don't
Didn't get the second guy, but I still won the round for my team, which is important. Now, my friend was spotting me here, and it was a huge help, because the person I was playing up against, he likes to wait until I miss my throwing knives or bank shots in general before he goes to the bomb. So I threw one to kind of bait him out, and then luckily one's out said nope, don't do it, and then I was like okay. Once he got on the bomb, I was just like, thank you Jesus. Yeah, good God, my accent, my voice is all over the place, the inflection, all this shit. Being tired will make you good God, that sounded like an orgasm. That sounded so much like an orgasm. What in the actual hell?
I only have one throwing knife left.
But I was gonna say, this particular clip involved me clutching with a throwing knife.
Fuck.
Good
There's
God.
one in the back. Wait. Okay, now go.
Man. But as I was saying, I was practically clutching with a throwing knife without even really meaning to. Because at this point in time, I was just trying to clear the way for Vunzao to plant the bomb. But he was setting up for his own bomb defense that, was a ricochet tube. And it just so happened to land in the general area in which my throwing knife landed. So I figured if he missed this shot, then I could, coordinate my own. But the problem was, I threw too early, and it beamed a millisecond faster than his ricochet tube. So in the end, I ended up stealing his kill, and I did not want to do that. You could tell that by my reaction, I was just going I said, oh fuck, as a reaction, I was like, damn it, I didn't mean to do that. But, I mean, I'm happy that I have it as source material. Oh man. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on freight. Now this one is a very short distance away from the bomb, and often people go here, so I'm not even going to try to go for this online, unless you have God mode or something. I have no idea. But I'm not one of those people, so I'm not even going to try it. But the angle is definitely unique, because I wanted to find a tube defend that went through these windows up top here. And luckily it does bounce leftwards, so it does manage to land on the bomb. But again, it's very fast acting, so it was tough to kind of, I don't know, all of sorts. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Chasm, first of the two, and this one involves you being right over here, crouched, and lining up with this orange tile that's in the ground. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. But I use the marksman rifle for this because it's not a necessarily linear lineup. You have to, kind of go down a bit. And what it's intended to do from the kill, you'll see in the kill cam. But overall, I do think it is a decent angle for Chasm's bomb A, where it bounces off of here, bounces off of the escalator, and then off of the ground itself. Since it does travel in a general area, I'm surprised I haven't hit it on mine yet. Next up, we have the other 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Stormfront. This one involves using the windowsill as a medium to bank your tube just enough to have enough momentum to get through that doorway. Not only get through it, but bank shot off of the door itself. Very rare opportunity. And by far one of the more creative bomb defense on this list. I didn't think that type of lineup was possible, but it was. You don't even see the tube hit the guy, you just, see the tube bounce off the door and it just boing. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on, my goodness, bomb A on Bayview. I can't even say words, man, but this bank shot was especially unique because it bounced off of the tree in an angle that I didn't think would work like that, and then it managed to travel off the ground, bounce off the bomb, and off the ground again, taking out the diffuser. Does have quite a bit of hang time as well, so be aware of that. My cat's over here joining the stream, I guess. Next up, we have another 4-bounce ricochet tube. Alarms going off. 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Octane. It involves you standing and then, bouncing almost off of these bottle graphics. So, this one has quite a bit of hang time. So here, you see the kill cam where it bounces high and mighty, bounces off the ceiling and off the bomb itself, sometimes off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Definitely shoot that one before your enemy diffuses, but that one is a decent angle as well. Next up, we have the 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Fog, and this one I hit online twice, didn't get a kill cam for either of them, but it is still a decent lineup. Again, this bomb site is very isolated, but I chose to look from the other side, and I noticed that there was 2 parallel walls. Not parallel walls, I should say perpendicular walls stationed over there. So I wanted to make sure that this throwing knife, if it could go through a window, it could bounce off of a wall, and luckily it did just that. Good God.
I don't know why. That's actually in a perfect spot. God forbid.
This one is always a very risky bomb defense for me because, once you're lined up, it basically leaves your flank completely wide open, and enemies could easily go behind you and take you out. And that was one thing I was paranoid when going for this spot in particular. But honestly, it worked out in my favor because in the times that I hit it, enemies just tried to infiltrate through the house itself. So I was fortunate for that. A lot of the times they're already closer to their spawn anyway, so it makes no sense to really try to flank unless they're already in the cave area. But still. I don't know why they diffused so late, but in the end it cost them. I do like in the kill cam, it doesn't show
Dude,
my
I just
throwing
got a
knife,
bank
like,
shot on
you know,
somebody
in its
before that shit
entirety, but it does show the dude who got hit by the throwing knife just, like, disappear from, you know, the silhouette of the orange from the motion sensor going off. It was nice. Yeah, this spot, I found this spot when I was on PS3, so it's an old spot. A lot of the old spots aren't too impressive. That's just by nature. The new spots definitely blow the old spots out of the water. I just need to, you know, make sure that I'm ready. Oh man, I wish I could have hit a double here, and there was a perfect opportunity to do so, but that last enemy was being a bitch. Didn't go for it, unfortunately. Some enemies are like that. They won't go for the bomb until I'm dead, even if I'm far away from it. I try to go for my bank shots to be like, well, if I miss, you can still defuse. I mean, like,
Well, the good
but
news
I
is
get it.
got
You
Summer
want to
and
have
shit.
make sure everybody's dead. I get it. Alright, next up we got the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Prison Break. This one involves a damn near 90-degree angle off of this rock formation that's at the bottom of this hill. And quite honestly, that's the main thing that's impressive about it. It does bounce off of the ground as well, and hit the monitor. That's, you know, essentially A-bomb itself. I still have no idea where A-bomb is actually, like, stationed. Like, but you'll see it bounce off the ground, and then it has to travel through this window, so it has to already be shattered, and then, you know, takes out a diffuser right there. Next up, we have the other 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Tremor. This one involves you being in a corner with this, you know, destroyed Humvee, and using your marksman rifle to line up with a dot. Again, post a video if you need to see it, but it does provide a unique angle to travel and carry all the way over to A. So here we go. Bouncing off the ground, off the wall, and off the ceiling, taking out the opponent. My cat's watching this video with me. It's interesting. Watching it is like, she'd rather have me cater to her every whim. Next up we have the first bomb defend that I discovered on Gold Rush, which is on bomb A. This one doesn't bank off of anything too impressive, but the area that it does travel through does warrant it to be of higher caliber. As you remember, A-bomb is incredibly isolated, so finding an area to even get a throwing knife or anything through is incredibly difficult, but luckily it was able to bounce off of the ground and create a slightly elevated bank shot that takes it to the corner. Now when I hit this online, it was actually perfect because the enemy did kill somebody over towards B side, but what I discovered was people don't expect you, or they didn't expect me to find a bomb defend for A, because they saw how isolated it was for themselves. And quite honestly, when they were looking for me, they expected me to be very close by to the bomb. They weren't expecting me to be at a distance, which is where this spot especially shines. So I was just in this corner waiting, and when I had my motion sensor, I was able to see the silhouette of the guy trying to defuse, but this was in better detail because I could see him trying to run away, and I was able to, you know, wait until he started running to the bomb to throw the knife, and luckily I managed to catch him.
There we go. There we fucking go.
The fact that the cart was passing by made it even better. Next up, we have the 2 to 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Pharaoh. Again, like a lot of the Pharaoh bombs are very isolated, but on A, you get into a ghost spawn, and then you line up with this cylindrical pillar that's over here. Again, pause the video if you want to see it. But once you bounce off of that, it does carry the tube all the way over to A. I think this was a more impressive angle than another spot that I had on this list, but quite honestly, the second bounce and the third bounce were kind of what held it back, but still a very impressive angle. Oh man. Next up, we have a 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on whiteout, 1 of 2. This one involves you going over here towards this building corner and, lining up with this side of the wall. Once your enemy does start to defuse, you'll see the angle at play, but it's supposed to bounce off of this building roof. Not this building roof, but the building that overlooks B-side's roof. And it bounces off of the bomb and then also off of the ground, resulting in a backwards, type of movement. But sometimes it helps to plant right where the tube lands after the second bounce. But if you want to get that, third and fourth in there, it's there for you. Next up, we have a 4-bounce ricochet tube of bomb B, 1 of 2 on Prison Break. This one was an old bomb defend, one of the oldest ones. And I found this on PS3. I hit it actually a long time ago, but I didn't have any recording equipment at the time for PS3, so I just recreated it on PS4. And the tube, banks off the trailer, bounces off of the top of another trailer, and then bounces off of the pipe twice. So you'll see the slow motion here. I thought it was a very smooth transition. Next up, we have a 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Mutiny. This is definitely the better bomb defend for Mutiny that I've seen thus far. It's also very creative. The tube is angled off of this wall once you stand up here, and you'll see that the second bounce does actually bounce off of the ship's bell, and once you hit the bell, you can hear a gong noise associated with it. And since it's such a very slight angle, it means that it's very impressive. Next up, we have the a 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Showtime. The first ricochet tube defend that I found for Showtime, honestly. And you want to get up on this stage, and then you want to line up with this broken glass that's on this wall. I failed the first shot, but then the second shot was resurrected. But it does have quite the journey, doesn't it? As you can see, bounces off of that glass, and then it bounces off of this red crate, carrying it over to B. My goodness. Decent angle. Definitely decent angle. Next up is the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Warhawk. This one you want to get up here, line up with this wall as shown, and the tube is intended to bounce off of this wall and also off of the the tail end of the the freight or the shipping or anything related to that, but it bounces through the bomb, essentially taking out the diffuser behind it. I thought that was very intricate and delicate for an angle. Next up, we have the 1-bank no strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Ruins. Takes place back here, practically in Federation spawn, and then you want to line up your marksman rifle as shown and throw. The bounces themselves are not impressive. I should say bounce, but the aerial journey it takes, it travels all over the rock formations and then just barely bounces off of the inner part of that, oh my goodness. Here we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Ignition. This is actually the first tube defend that I discovered for Ignition. And you line up as shown. The angle of it at least for the first two bounces, are not impressive, but the third bounce definitely changed the angular movement completely. As you can see here, it does have quite a bit of hang time to it, but as you can see, it bounces off of the floor here and then bounces off of the bomb, completely changing its angular movement and making it that much better. So when I hit this online, this was very atypical for me, and this was the first time this occurred. So I was on the defending side, and I was just dicking around. I was like literally looking around the environment, you know, looking for the last guy, and I noticed that he was killing people on my team over towards A side. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go over here and line up with my Castat and see if this bomb defend would actually work as a reverse, and I was not expecting it to hit.
Raging Mikey.
The reason why I didn't fire another tube was I didn't expect this to hit, and once it did, I was so mad that I did not get the final kill cam for that, because he managed to plant the bomb a millisecond later. That got me so mad, man.
Oh my god.
But it just goes to show its effectiveness. If you can hit it online, it's effective. Infective? No, effective. Next up, we have the 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on collision. This one's slightly better than the 2 bounce because it travels farther, and also the debris in which it bounces off of allows a third bank to occur where it bounces off of the adjacent wall of the building that overlooks B side as well. So you'll see in the kill cam, bouncing off of that, off of the debris, and off of this wall. Sometimes it bounces off of the ground, sometimes it does not, but it all depends on the placement of your enemy at the time. Next up, we have the 5 to 6 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B of Octane. This one is very lackluster to me, but the fact that it bounces off of the sheet metal wall that's over here, you know, it provides a decent angle, I guess. It does bounce off of the wall and off of the bomb itself twice, so I mean there's that, but quite honestly I couldn't place it any higher on this list. It does have the most bounces for Octane, but like it's nowhere near impressive for me at the very least. So I mean, you'll see that, you know, it just barely bounces off. It's not a bad thing, it's just one of those bomb defense that's there, but I'll give it that, it's decent. Next up is one of my most creative bomb defense out there. Is the out of map 1 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on flooded. I always wanted to find a bomb defend that gets through, like, or bounces off of this solar panel that's over here, but getting an angle for that was always a nightmare, so I had to peer through a tiny crack into this damaged wall, and luckily it was able to carry all the way over there. Unfortunately, it was only 1 bounce, but still, like, it's incredibly creative to get a lineup and angle from that position. But that's as high as I could take a 1 bounce. Next up, we have the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Sovereign. This one involves circumstances because that window cannot afford to be shattered. If it is, you've already fucked up because you won't be able to line this up. But aside from that, this tube does bounce off of the adjacent roof of the I guess little office area, or I guess data unit area for this map, where you see it bounces off of that and then bounces off of the hazardous wall and then bounces off the ground, traveling backwards. Overall very decent, but again circumstantial at best. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B of Warhawk, and you know, it didn't show me plant it there, but when I hit it online, you guys will be able to see exactly where I planted. But I used this wall. This tube does have a 5-second hang time, so you gotta make sure you shoot, you know, before your enemy starts to defuse. Otherwise, it might not hit in time. But as you see, it travels off of this wall. It does manage to bounce off of this roof like twice,
Alright,
both off the slanted and off the flat roof of the same building.
go B.
And I've never like up to that point I'd never seen anybody bank
Oh, boy,
any
whatever.
tube off of that roof or that building twice. So when I found that, I was like, you know what, this is the sickest bomb defend for Warhawk, but I was drastically wrong. Still, the fact that I managed to hit it online after all those years later, it still goes to show how effective it is. But over the course of this gameplay, I was going to say, don't do what I'm doing. Do not run towards the middle of the map. The only reason I went there, I was like, I did not give a fuck at this point. But luckily, my opponent had a sniper, and he was further along towards the right-hand side. So I couldn't fault myself for doing this. And, my teammates at the time were telling me not to go for a bank shot and just go for the win. But here I am in literal defiance, like going towards this corner, as I was, breathing heavy like I can't even say, breathing heavy like an obese person. Like literally, I was getting my controller to settle down because the one I was using at the time does veer to the right and left. But I got a new controller, so I don't have that problem.
First try, nigga. First fucking try. And you said don't go for the
But yeah,
fucking
that's how I
nah.
made one of my new friends. I had to crack my neck, but I cracked my neck without touching it. We're gonna pause that. Next up, we gonna have the 4-bounce. We're gonna have the 4-bounce. What is this? A fucking order off a menu. The 4-bounce ricochet 2 for bomb A. This one is the best bomb defend possible for bomb A on Sub-Zero. I did see all the technology that was in the right-hand corner of the room, which A was housed in, and I found this one, like this bit of the ground actually had some angular movement to it. So as you can see, it bounced up and then bounced off of the technology and the wall and then slid off the ground for a slight bounce, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the 2-bank, oh my goodness, the 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Prison Break. This was actually a derivative of a throwing knife bank shot that already existed. I just took it a step further because I saw that that wall that was right next to A had an opening, and I wanted to see if a throwing knife could actually bank inside of it. Or not inside of it, but like carry it over to A with an additional bounce. So you'll see in the kill cam, it goes off of both this and then off of this wall, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the 2-bank no strong arm throwing knife for bomb A of Fog. This one has a bit of a intricate lineup, so again, pause the video or slow it down in order to see it in full if you're interested in going for that one. But the actual angle involved for it is very, very slick and very, very intense. As you see, it goes off of this and then bounces off of this adjacent roof. I don't know if it bounced 2 or 3, like once or twice. It seems like it was twice, but like for the sake of it, I'll just call it 2. But very interesting angle. Next up, we have the 3-bank ricochet tube for bomb B on Sovereign. Again, make sure the windows are shattered, and you want to line up right about here. It does have quite a bit of hang time, but it was more impressive than the 2-bank tube defend that I found for B originally. It just has an additional bounce off of a wall, and it takes off the diffuser accordingly. I will say it does have a much better visual as well. Yeah, I did good with that one. But it still pales in comparison. We have, over 2 hours left of fucking commentary. Good God. Next up, we have the other 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B of Gold Rush. I forgot to put Gold Rush in the initial graphics, so I was like, fuck that. But, I used the throwing knife to pinpoint this because rocks are incredibly difficult to bank shot off of precisely. But as a result, when you do go for this spot, the intention of the tube defend, it is to bounce off of that rock and bounce off of both sides of the adjacent roof of the building next to B side. So you'll see that here. Very nice. Next up, we have a retired bomb defend due to inconsistency, which is a 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B. This one was originally intended to bounce off of the roof that's towards the left building of B and then bounce off of the back of the truck. I guess not the back of the truck, but back of the what is that thing called? I guess the trailer part of a truck that's kind of just stuck there. You'll see in the kill cam. Ouch, that was a bone cracking. Jesus, but I figured it was too far off from the bomb to hit consistently, and thus I found a substitute in this one. I didn't want to steal Skateboard T508's, spot where he bounces it off of the top of the water tower, so I looked to the side of it and noticed that there was a satellite that was kind of just hanging there. I was able to bounce it in a way where the angular movement carried it over to B side. Luckily enough for me. Yeah, I don't like stealing other people's bomb defense, so yeah. Carry straight over there. I don't think it's as impressive as Skateboard T508 spot though. Next up we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A, the second, of the 2 spots, I guess. You want to get in this corner and you want to line up your tube with this wall. Again, use your throwing knife crosshair for the lineup. But once you are ready, you want to fire your tube, and this has a very underrated type of angle. This angle was actually very good for a 2-bounce. So you'll see here, it bounces off of this wall, and then it bounces off of the very edge of a light fixture, taking out the diffuser. I don't know if it bounced off the ceiling or not, but I wouldn't put it past it to bounce off the ceiling. I just couldn't tell. Next up, we have the first motion sensor ricochet tube spot on this list, and it's on bomb B of Prison Break. This one is not too impressive at all, but because it was a motion sensor bomb defend, I had to put it, at least this high up. Couldn't really place it any further, because again, the aesthetic really suffered from this. But, once you're ready to fire your tube, it catches enemies on the outside, and luckily you're able to plant on the outside of that pipe, just barely. But honestly, this is kind of one of those spots that's just there. I could have found a much better motion sensor, ricochet tube spot, but honestly, this was just one. I was like, you know what? If I can get one, I'm done. So, it is what it is. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Favela. I was getting shot up quite a bit, but you want to get on top of this table with all the melons on it. You want to line up as shown with your marksman rifle. Now, this concept was low-key stole this concept from the community ricochet tubes when they did their Modern Warfare 2 Favela ricochet tube tutorial for bomb defense. The tube practically does the same thing. It just goes off of a different object where, I bounce it off of a table, they bounce it off of a much elevated location. But it does go through both of those windows and then through the pallets, taking out the diffuser behind the pallets. So, I can't really give myself creativity points for that one. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Prison Break. Now, this one involves me being relatively close to the bomb, but this time using these set of rocks to bounce the tube off of, and it does bounce in an unusual fashion, which, made me, put this tube higher up than I typically would place it. But again, it's not bad. So as you see here, it bounces off of the rocks here, and then bounces off the dirt, and then bounces in a zigzag type of motion upwards to take out the diffuser. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A for fog, and I hit this online twice. What you want to do is you want to line up as shown on this type of fan that's over here, Again, you want to make sure your tube crosser is a little bit to the left, just so it doesn't bounce off the bomb, because bouncing off the bomb increases the hang time, and also it makes the third bounce much tougher to hit. Which, it happened on both clips respectively, but the second clip in which is shown is actually the first time I hit it. I just wanted to make sure that the time where it had the kill cam was shown after the fact. Kind of like a redemption, even if it was, out of sorts with time. I wish I could move this table closer. I really wish I could move this table closer. Alright, I'm getting a little bit closer to it. But, yeah. I hit this one too late. By the time he finished defusing, I hit him at the very last second.
Damn. It doesn't matter.
It's crazy.
It doesn't matter.
I'm not too sure.
But yeah, this was the redemption clip. I'm actually lucky that I ran the way I do. They don't expect you to come straight from the middle and run like in this type of fashion. I don't know why, but I was able to do what I needed to do.
Let me put the first shot off first.
Yeah, and I keep cracking my neck. 10,000 years will give you such a crick in the neck. Let me tell you something, brother. No, I'm just kidding. Oh man, edit all that out.
Oh, I hit him.
Yeah.
I hit him. 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 I hit him.
This one actually managed to bounce off the bomb and land correctly.
No, no, no way, no way.
That was crazy. Next up, we have the third fourth bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Showtime. This one is actually more of a recent spot, and it involves you going over here, lining up with the structure. Now, I will say it doesn't have a lot of hang time at all because the tube bounces very low, but the surfaces that the tube bounces off of more than makes up for it, and it is a rather unique angle for Showtime in general. So you'll see. The tube travels off of this, goes over, bounces off of that surface, and then bounces off the ground, taking it under diffuser. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Dynasty. This one, in particular, involves you running to this wall. This was a very murky lineup, and I do not recommend going for this spot. I was just very curious and wanted to know what would happen if I did go for this spot on a bot, and this is kind of the result. I was just digging around, but I still managed to find something incredibly decent, where it, bounces off of this wall and then it bounces off of one of the other roof. It's almost like a more dreadful reflection, but still sick reflection of the B-bomb's variation for the ricochet tube. On to the next. Now here we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Unearthed. This A-bomb was incredibly isolated as well, so I figured I might as well get something that travels in a linear type of movement to travel all the way over there. And from this building, I was able to find a tube just like that. So as you can see, I bounced off that structure using that throwing knife as a reference, and post a video if you need to see it. But the tube bounces off of this patch of dirt, bounces over some of the broken brick, and then bounces off the ground twice, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the second 2-bounce ricochet tube for Stonehaven, but it's actually the first of the two that I found. It involves you being in this corner, using a marksman rifle, lining up with the cobblestone as such. Again, post the video if you need to see the lineup, but this is quite the unique angle, and it does have an impressive visual as well, for Stonehaven. So again, just study that one. But yeah, it bounces off of the cobblestone and then bounces off of this, this castle bit, just enough, taking out the diffuser. A very unique angle, a very breathtaking setup. Oh my goodness, I love that spot. Next up, we have the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on ignition. This one is definitely not too impressive, and it skipped the bit where it planted, but you'll see where the tube lands if you try this in a private match. But I lined it up with this, part of the, trailer or whatever the hell this thing is, and then once you're ready, it kills the opponent. So you'll be able to see that it bounces off of this roof, bounces off of this side wall, and then bounces off of the roof again, taking out the diffuser. My god. Next up, we have the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on siege. This is the only ricochet tube that I managed to find for siege. And even this was very tough to find, even if the movement was very straightforward. Getting an angle where it has both the distance and the levity to go through different objects to clear the gap was incredibly difficult. But you'll see it bounced off this ledge, it went through these respective pillars, and then bounced off the ground a couple of times, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, 404 on octane. This one involves you being right here and lining up with the respective, I guess, the siding of the, near the roof and near the tiling. So here we go. That's not tiling. I forgot what those things were called. But, this tube has quite a bit of hang time. Here, it goes straight up in the air. Bounces off the... Oh, they're called shingles, my fault. But it bounces off the back bit there and takes out the diffuser going forward. Very unique angle. Yeah, I need to browse up on my architectural terms. Next up, we have the other 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on whiteout. It involves you being in this corner and lining up with this tree. I think this tree offers a very unique angle, but the bounces after that were not as impressive. If you do hear the TV going on in the background, I swear it's not from me. I do have multiple people living here, and sometimes they, wake up at different times. So if you guys hear that, my apologies. But this tube bounces off of here, bounces over the boxes, and bounces off the bomb and off the ground to take out the diffuser. Very, very impressive. Next up, we have the first behemoth bomb defend on this list, which is a 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A. For bomb A, there's definitely more bomb defense in general than on B. I could only find 1, but this one involves you getting into this corner right here and lining up your tube as such, and it carries it over the building that overlooks a side's roof, and then also bounces off of the generator just before dropping down and hitting the diffuser. Next up, we have the other 3 bounce ricochet tube for ignition. It's bomb A. This one is much more of a creative lineup because it involves you lining off of the side of a cylindrical, member of the structure here, and it almost results in a 90-degree bank shot. It's more like 45 to 60 degrees, but it manages to bank off of the side here and then bounce off of the ground floor, and then also bounces on the bottom of the bomb, killing the diffuser behind. Next up, we have the I'm about to say the 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Octane. This one involves you lining up with this particular generator that's right here with your marksman rifle, and then, firing your cassette when ready. I will say for this one, what makes it unique is not its prior bounces, it's mainly how it bounces off of the bomb in its back portion. So you'll be able to see it bounces off of this side of the roof, and then bounces off of the butt of the rocket for the bomb, and bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the 2-bank non-strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Stonehaven. I had to adjust the mic setup so I could hold my mic physically in my hands while I sit back because my throat was just struggling. But as a result of this one, I know I was mentioning earlier the tube defend in which it bounced off the battlements. This throwing knife did exactly that, but it did an additional bank as well. It not only bounced off of the battlements, but it bounced off of the cylindrical castle wall, and it carried the throwing knife all the way over to B. So you'll be able to see it here, though it's a relatively quick animation. So it goes over this wall, off the battlement, and off that wall, taking out the diffuser. Okay. Next up, we do have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on containment. You want to line up with the broken glass that's on this bus here, and then line up with your cassette as shown. It is a very unorthodox angle, and I do love it for that. So you'll see here, goes straight up in the air and then bounces off of a diagonally placed concrete slab of the debris, carrying it, across the ground and maybe bouncing off of it once to take out the diffuser's feet. Next up, we have the first legendary spot on this list. It is the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Sovereign. This one, you also have to make sure the windows are cracked for this, but you want to shoot the tube as shown. And just look at this. Just look at this. Bounces off of the wall, off of the roof, off of the wall, off of the locker, and off of the ground, taking out the diffuser. What a bank shot. My oh my. Next up, we have a 1-bank non-strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on Gold Rush. This one is not impressive due to the bank shot. It's impressive due to where the throwing knife travels. I always wanted to find a bank shot or bomb defend through this hole that's in the middle of this cave, but I couldn't do anything with that for A, so I had to do it for B, and luckily I had something for that. So you'll see here it goes all the way over and then bounces off of that wall. Very nice. Next up, we have the 4-bounce ricochet tube for whiteout, 2 of 2. You use this tree, and you'll see this tree again, but you want to line up with your marksman rifle as shown. I actually tweaked it a little bit on the final shot, so it's not exactly what you saw in the beginning, no pun intended. But this what this tube bounces off of, it's what I originally wanted my throwing knife to bounce off of when I was looking for this similar type of spot on PS3. But yeah, once I found this spot, I was like, nah, this one trumps it. So it bounces off of that little conveyor belt and bounces off the ground twice, carrying it over to the center of A. Very, very impressive angle. Next up, we have the 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Octane. This one, far and away, might be the best tube defend for bomb A, where you are able to bank off of this wall right here, and the tube travels in such a way it bounces off of the HVAC unit that's on the roof of the building adjacent to A, and then it also bounces off of the dumpsters that were stationed in front of the convoy vehicle. So you'll be able to see here. That is just impressive. Each bounce definitely did something different, and nothing was redundant. Next up, we have another tube defend for bomb A of Chasm. This one you want to plant in this corner right about here. And you're stationed back here in this little, I guess, small area, the small garage area. You don't want to, use your marksman for this. You actually just want to use your Castet crosshairs. I only use that because I use split screen as a reference. But this tube is intended to go through both windows of the bus and then travel off of the escalator side walls. So you'll see in the kill cam, it goes through here, bounces off the wall and the ground, taking out the diffuser in a very, very private location. I'm making this sound like it's a resort or some shit. It's not. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Tremor. I confirmed this online as well, but this one, I can't give myself any creativity points for this one because, simply put, I saw heroic Bankshots, Lemon and Mushroom do a throwing knife version of this spot where they bounced it, the same area where I bounced my Castet, but but their throwing knife spot preceded mine. So all I did was find a tube version of their throwing knife spot. So as sick as this spot is, I can't give myself any creativity points. This goes to, heroic Bankshots and all that type of stuff. But thank you for inspiring me, because I did hit this online. That was also a big group I was looking up to for Bankshots, honestly, because they were so versatile, and they tried a lot of different weird maps out that a lot of people wouldn't even really try. So, I love their content, honestly. I'll probably, list them down in the description below as well. Here we go. First tube kind of glitched out on me, but the second one managed to connect. I didn't even really react much to this, but still wonderful. Oh man. Next up, we have the first, or not the first. Well, yeah, no, this is the first bomb defend that I actually hit online for Gold Rush. This involved me lining up with my Castet crosshair, and this was at a weird angle where this roof actually had the throwing knife bounce off of to get to the other adjacent roof that is watching over B-side. So you see in the kill cam, goes all the way over and then just barely bounces off, taking out the diffuser in the corner of the bomb. This one, I feel like I should hit more than what I should, because a lot of people like to plant there. So you'll see the online footage of me hitting this one, and it was a 1v2 situation. I thought I was dead, but luckily he came into the way. That doesn't sound right. Now this riot shielder that I'm facing right now, in this clip, we made a challenge to each other. We always kind of butt heads in regards to who's the better riot shielder. So when I was talking with him, I was like, you know what? If you can hit a bank shot on me, then you are the better riot shielder. And what happened here was, after I hit him with the bank shot, I didn't bring up the challenge anymore. That doesn't mean that in the context of the challenge, I guess I'm the better riot shielder, but overall, when it comes down to how we play, his style is a bit more effective because he doesn't just use the riot shield and his equipment. He switches to his pistols very fast. So I mean, as far as effective for combat, his is the most effective, but I would say that I'm the most skilled regardless because of the shit that I'm able to pull off like this. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, I mean, he was expecting the throwing knife or whatever the hell to hit him in the back. He wasn't expecting it to hit him in the side. Next up, we have the legendary 3 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Earth. And the reason why it's 3 to 5 is because, simply put, while this angle doesn't seem impressive as in first glance, you'll see just how much the tube travels with the second bounce, and the third bounce kind of shifts the angular movement just a tad bit to kind of give it some bonus points, in my opinion. But the fourth and fifth bounce are merely what happens if the tube bounces off this wall and bounces off the ground and bomb itself. But, you know, it doesn't always have to show it. Next up, we do have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Stonehaven. This was definitely a unique lineup and angle. For bomb B in particular, there's like people are afraid to use the stone for angles, and I was just going like, map is full of Stonehaven, like. But I lined up with this particular sign that's over here in this corner. At least you're in a close proximity to the bomb this way. And it allowed me to bank the tube off of this surface to bounce off of this part of the wall, and then it bounces off of the ground, taking out the diffuser. Very unexpected angle, 90 degrees, but still very impressive. Next up, we have the, I believe it's the 2 bounce ricochet tube, 2 of 2 on Departed's bomb A. You want to get into this wall, and it actually... This tube, I want to call it the blasphemous tube defend, because this one actually bounces through the, like, I guess, the near roof of a chapel. So you'll see here, this tube defend is just, yeah, we burning in the church doors with this, torch, oh my goodness, we're burning in the church doors with this one. I just fucked that all up. But, like, here we see here, it bounces off of that ledge, just barely carrying it over to A side. Very, very nice. Next up, we have the 2 bank, I should say 1 to 2 bank, throwing knife on the fend for Tremor's bomb A. This one, it didn't really show me plant, but it will in the future clips. But this one involved me throwing a knife through 3 windows on spawn side of Ghost, as you'll see here, bouncing through the crack and the debris, and then also, again off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Oh boy. So you see here, I didn't even plant this one.
Damn.
I just simply, ran to position. But what makes this one so tough is that there's no corner for you to kind of line up with. And at the time when I was playing this, I was using a controller that was borderline ass. So I wanted to make sure that I was able to get this down packed enough. I could have got a double bomb defend if the other dude didn't kill the other guy, but I was cool with the other teammate, so I was like, you know what, like, he's perfectly fine. Man, oh man. But on this occasion, you see me plant it here, and I've explained this one multiple times. This is on the occasion where nobody really knew who I was, and I was just setting up, and the teammate was, or the team was getting killed by one of my other friends named Clip City. He was going ham on everybody, and when I threw my knife, it was at the perfect time, because if I didn't throw my knife at the time that I did, the other guy would have killed the opponent. And, like, the guy wasn't necessarily on the bomb, but, like, he was running into that direction. But, still, it's very effective. It's definitely one of the first bomb defense to hit online for PS4. Alright, next up, we have a 2 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Ruins. Bomb A on Ruins is incredibly tough to find a good angle for, but, you know, I was mentioning before that rocks and trees are incredibly difficult to bank shot off of. I made myself home and I decided to bounce off of both. So not only does the tube bounce off of this rock, it also bounces off of a tree forming on the top of that roof of the temple towards the right side of A, which made it all the more comfortable for me to post this one. Cause look at that. The third bounce does not bank off the bomb. I should say there shouldn't be a third bank at all, but that one just happened to bounce off the bomb. Next up, we have the 3 bounce throwing knife for Bomb B on Tremor. I always looked at this car that was hanging off this parking garage, and I was like, you know what, I could do something with that. And luckily, you know, from the right angle, I was able to find something that worked. It's not the flashiest, but definitely something that was very underrated. It was a very good angle to use, where it just bounces off the side of the hood and then bounces off the ground twice, taking out the diffuser. Definitely one of my more creative bomb defense, for sure. Next up, for spot 100, we have a 5 bounce ricochet tube on Favela for Bomb A. This one, it could have been legendary, but like honestly, I wasn't really feeling it. It was like, not that it wasn't good, it definitely is, but you know, it does have a 90-degree bank shot. It does bounce off the top of, you know, that building. It kind of leads into A, but I actually made a joke to my friends. I was saying that we could find a bank shot off of that sofa, and I actually managed to find it. That's what kind of made this spot low-key hilarious to me. But aside from that, it didn't really do too much. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Overlord. And yes, I confirmed this 5 times. This bomb defend is one of the most effective bomb defense that you'll ever try to go for on Call of Duty Ghost. The reason for that is because this tube travels in a general direction in a highly populated and environment. So you know, when I bounced it off of, you know, the barbed wire fence, it's intended to go through the doorway that leads into B-side, which is why I didn't do a slow-mo. A slow-mo wasn't necessary. I just, you know, the regular kill cam on its own is enough. But what I was going to say was, in the context of hitting this bank shot, you'll see that in these clips I did not plant the bomb a single time. Not a single time. Because it's too far of a run. Like, every time I would try to plant, there's always somebody behind me. Like, kind of towards the midsection of the map. That kind of usually gets me. So I didn't even want to go that route. And plus, the enemies are more inclined to just go for the bomb once they kill the person who planted.
Oh my god, I hit Andy with a cross map.
And, you know, in my case, like, I was able to just pick them off. I don't just hit bomb defense just to get the final kill. I do that to also, like, thin out the herd if possible. That's why it's imperative to try bomb defense that you can do by yourself. Again, like, this was one of the most effective ones because enemies that are also trying to escape can also get hit by this potentially. It's that damn good.
That's the 3rd time I've hit that spot.
Now, from that particular gameplay, I said it was the 3rd time that I hit this clip, so that's just an indicative notion that I do not, you know, I do not post these particular clips in chronological order. I post these clips in contribution to how they appear, and, you know, just if they got the final kill, or if I managed to do something legendary,
I actually hit him though.
then, you know, it is what it is. But this is one of the rare occasions where I was able to finish off the enemy team after I've already hit a bomb defend.
Play.
And
That was a master.
I guess the reason for that is because they were so afraid of getting hit by the ricochet tube that they hesitated. And it left me enough time to run over to the bomb and intercept any remaining enemies that were surviving. Now, on this occasion, this was one of the rarest occasions where I've actually hit a double bomb defend as a result of going for this spot. So, when I went here, remember I was just telling you guys that this bomb defend travels in a general area, so I was able to take out the guy defusing the bomb, but also I was able to take out the guy trying to exit the doorway, trying to hunt me down after, realizing where I shot from.
Oh my god.
And my god, it was just insane.
No way.
That was
Oh my
insane,
God.
especially for a solo.
Holy shit. I hit 2 ricochet tubes in the same round. I'm recording that.
Definitely a legendary clip.
Thank you.
Oh man. Trying to figure out how to hold this damn thing. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Mutiny. This is the first of the 3 and arguably the sickest one. You want to line up in this little small corner here and crouch, and then you want to line up with this wall that's over here. Now, the reason why I looked at that one particular structure with the roof, a small roof, is because that's exactly where this tube bounces off of. But you would never know it in the kill cam because it is covered intensely by the foliage. So you'll see it goes all the way up and then it bounces off of a, part of a slope structure that is that roof. Very, very creative for a map like Mutiny. Mutiny is Mutiny. I hate Mutiny, man. Next up, we have the 1-bank strong arm throwing knife for Bomb B on Octane. This one is basically a throwing knife version of a tube defend that I found that is much sicker than this, but still, the fact that a throwing knife was actually able to work as well and be so smooth in transition, despite all of Octane's, limitations in regards to structural ambiguity, this literally, it's almost the pinnacle of what Octane is able to produce. Almost. Next up, we have a leaning 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Sub-Zero. I bet you never thought you would see this map this high up in the list. But this one, I always wanted to find a tube defend that bounced off of the ice patch that was... the mound. I should say icy mound. That is, right next to B. And this was kind of one of the 2 spots that worked in its favor, where it goes straight up and then bounces almost in a 90-degree angle, taking out the diffuser. Very nice angle. Next up, we have the 2-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Containment, and this one I also hit online. Now, I told many stories about this one, but explaining its angle first, you're going back here. So from here, you line up with this particular window that's kind of, guarded or barricaded or anything like that. And once your enemy starts to defuse the bomb, you'll be able to see what happens here. But I always wanted to use the, the cavity of the roof of the adjacent building, and it managed to bounce off of a pool table to take out the opponent. I love pool, so the fact that I was able to get a bank shot off of a pool table was borderline hilarious to me. But now for the story behind me hitting it online. I literally found this spot, and hit this spot an hour after finding it. So, I don't know what are the chances that I would be able to just find a bomb defend on the fly, then hit it an hour later. This is Call of Duty Ghost in 2023 at the time, when I was playing, and literally DLC maps were scarce. So the fact that I managed to get this an hour after finding this was insane.
Oh my god! Yo! Yes! Oh!
That was so crazy. Next up, we have a 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Dynasty. This one was very creative, actually. You want to get in this corner over here and line up with this wall, as shown. Now you'll see in the kill cam that it bounces off of this wall. I always wanted to find a tube that bounces off of the doorway here that's hexagonal, or I should say octagonal, and take out the diffuser right there. Very unique angle. Next up, we have the 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Bayview. This might be one of the most creative Bayview spots. But yeah, like you want to get, you want to get prone. No, you want to go crouch in this corner right over here. Now I know I'm looking in a direction where if I bank the tube, it's just gonna go complete south left of fucking A. But you'd be surprised that it bounces, back in the direction of A. So you see here the tube bounces off of this angular booth roof or top or whatever the hell, and then it bounces off of the ground. Very, very unique and creative angle for Bayview. Bayview was indefinitely tough. Next up, we have the legendary 2-bank, no strong arm throwing knife for bomb B. Like I said, bomb B is incredibly isolated, and I looked at this one side of, the gap for a long time when it came to finding something for bomb B. I always wanted to find either tube defend or a throwing knife that could go through there. But the throwing knife was a bit more realistic, as you'll see here. It manages to go over all of this, go through the gap, and then go bounce through the bomb, taking out the opponent. What the fuck is the opponent? Hood speak, maybe it's hood speak. I have no idea. Next up, we have the leaning 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on ruins. I actually found this spot a long time ago on PS3, and I literally forgot about it. Like, it was so long ago that I forgot about it. But once I remembered it, I was like, you know what, let's recreate this on PS4. And luckily the graphics still hold up the same. It completely worked just fine. So you'll be able to see here, bounces off of this cylindrical part of the temple and then bounces off the top of this mound of dirt or whatever the fuck, and then it, hits the opponent. I do really like that angle. Very unorthodox. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Warhawk. Definitely recommend having a teammate plant this one because you have to run on the complete other side of the map. And here you want to line up with this transformer with your cast deck crosshair as shown. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. But it results in a very long distance throwing knife bank shot where it bounces off of a roof of a building that's not adjacent but almost neighboring to the area, and then it also bounces off of the wall and barrel, the highest barrel stacked atop. That way it can, reach the position required. But yeah, very insane bank shot for bomb A there. Oh man. Next up we have the pinnacle of 1-bank tubes. It is the out of map 1 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on freight. This one involves you crouching into a hidden corner and using this tip of the caboose. I have no idea how this angle worked, but it did. And it resulted in a 90-degree bank shot going straight over to B side. Like, golly, that was crazy. So you see here, goes straight over, taking out the diffuser. There we go. Next up, we have our first legendary bomb defend for Gold Rush. It is on bomb B. You want to go into this cave, practically where A is, but you want to be very, very careful because the cart can push you out of position. But once you're in position, it's supposed to bounce off of one of the rock formations and then bounce off of the actual bomb itself and bounce off of the train just barely enough to take out the diffuser low under the belt. Next up, we have the legendary 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on ruins. Now this angle was quite unique because you're essentially right here, and as you can see, there's no real angle you can use, except you forget that the when you're running up on B, there's little ramps of dirt that are pathways for you to run across. So I used that and was able to bank off of an additional rock to, just carry it slightly over to B. And luckily it worked. Lucky me. Next up, we have the 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Favela. This one travels a long distance, so I recommend having a teammate plant this one, but you want to get on top of the garbage bags right over here. And you want to line up with your marksman rifle as shown here. Now, what makes this better than some legendary spots is the visual was breathtaking. It was a creative lineup and angle. And sometimes that's all it takes, really. Like I say, legendary spots have to be above 3 bounces. Not that this one was bad, but this one was definitely a pinnacle for 2 bounces up there. A pinnacle, not the pinnacle. But still, bounces off the hood of the car, just barely taking out the diffuser there. Very nice. Now, this bomb defend in particular is much like the Overlord bomb defend, where it has the 2 bank throwing knife. This one is kind of like a derivative of XAMK Epic's, other bomb defend for freight. I watched one of his old tutorials for it, and it practically, had the same concept of banking from one end of the highest, roof to the other, but my lineup was just different. I was in a different position, so they, both are, are spots, but I can't take creativity points. This was all epic for the concept there. Next up, we have the 1 bank no strong arm bomb B spot for Tremor. This one was fairly recent. I lined up with my cast at because I would not have been able to line it up otherwise. So I jumped up and got in this corner. This one was so unique. I thought this was impossible, but it actually managed to bounce off of the top of a ceiling and out through one of the tiny windows that permeates the the B bomb building right across from it. So you see here, goes straight out, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Mutiny. You want to plant right about here, and you want to go towards this wall. Line up your tube as such. No, what the fuck is that? As such. Like, my lips are so tired. I've been giving commentary for over 3 hours right now, and I still have it near an hour and a half to go. But we're facing the mountain now. So this particular tube goes, off that roof and then off of a branch, taking out the diffuser behind the bomb. I thought it was a decent angle, but the the aesthetic was just breathtaking. Next up, we have the first and only throwing knife spot for Behemoth. It involves bouncing off of the high crane structure that's right here. And just look at this. The angle for this is actually one of the best, where it actually, does an inward type of bank and then bounces off of those, I can't say it. I actually like that angle a lot. Good God. Next up, we have a 4 bounce ricochet tube, 2 of 2 for Prison Break. This one was definitely in a compromising position, which is why I don't recommend you guys do this one. But you get in the corner right about here and use your marksman rifle after you crouch to get the lineup done with the tube. And once your opponent starts to defuse, you just fire away. Yeah. And it just takes them out. But what I like about this one is the fashion and direction that it travels. So you'll see that it bounces over here, bounces into the water, bounces towards the left, but then bounces back into the pipe and onto it. taking out the diffuser. My god. Next up, we have a legendary 3-bank strong arm throwing. Oh no, not even strong arm. It's not strong arm. It's no strong arm. I don't know why I didn't put no strong arm, but yeah, it's no strong arm for bomb A on free fall. Now this one, it doesn't do what you think from the look of it. You know, it's so high up that you think it just bounces off a whole bunch of roofs and buildings. It's not the case. It actually bounces off of, you know, part of a like pipe, not even a pipeline, like an air duct type of. I don't know. It just air duct vent or something. Then it bounces off of part of the debris, and then it bounces off the ground. I mean, it looks like it seems more impressive than what it actually is. But not strong arm. Next up, we have the first of 3 legendary 4-bounce ricochet tubes for Siege's Bomb A. So for this one, oh my goodness, my mic is all over the place. Forgive me. For this one, you want to bounce off of this, set of debris that's over on this left-hand side, just on the verge of being out of the map. And this tube actually travels through a gap in a roof that is overlooking a side, so you'll be able to see it in the kill cam here. Goes up through that gap, and then bounces off the bomb and off the ground. It can bounce like several times if it needs to, but prefer just bounce once. Still very nice. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A for Stormfront. This is the first bomb defend that I actually found for A on Stormfront, and I found this like since PS3. So you want to get in this little way here, and then you want to line up with your tube as such. Again, pause the video if you need to see it. But I fire. The tube basically travels in a staircase type of fashion in descending mode. So you'll see that it bounces off of this wall, off of that, off of that, off of that, off the ground, taking out the diffuser. Man, catching my breath here. Sucks. Next up, we have the only legendary spot on Showtime, and it's on Bomb B. You want to plant right about in this corner, and then you want to get into this corner. The angle for this is insane, and I also wanted to find a tube defend that goes through the irrigation system that's kind of near the roof. Or I should say grid system. I don't know if it's irrigation or not. I don't think it's irrigation because of how thin it is. But yeah, it goes straight through there, bounces off the wall and ground, taking out the diffuser in the corner of the bomb. Very, very sick angle. Next up, we have one of the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tubes for Bomb A on Sovereign. And you want to jump down right about here. I use my bottom marksman crosshair for this one. Do not use steady aim. Again, pause the video if you need to see it, but this one actually travels through the middle perfectly, and then bounces, very high up, hits a number 9. I'll have a number 9 large in this kill cam. So you see it goes through here, just barely misses that wall, hits the number 9, and then bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser. That was funny. I ain't gonna lie. Oh man. Next up, we have the legendary 3 to 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Bayview. This one, you won't really realize it at the time, but this hedge is completely solid, so you won't be able to realize it until it's too late. You want to bounce your tube as shown off of it, and it does bounce off of the adjacent roof on the right-hand side building. But that's not all. It also bounces off the very top, or I should say very tip of the cylindrical aquarium that is, also presiding next to B-side. So, there you go. Very, very nice. Now, This one is a retired bomb defend due to inconsistency. The second one on the list. No, the third one on the list. It is supposed to be a 4-bounce ricochet tube on bomb A for Warhawk, and it usually involved, banking off of this side roof, but it got too complicated. It was nowhere near consistent enough. It took me like damn near like several attempts just to get one hit on it. So I was just going like, fuck it. But it's not that it's not sick, it's just inconsistent. So you'll see it travels through the air, bounces off the barrel, off the fence, and then off the ground, taking out the opponent. Now its replacement is definitely much better. So we have the legendary 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A for Warhawk, and you want to get in this corner right about here. You want to line up with your marksman as shown. This is intended to bounce off of the near slanted style roof that building has, and then it's supposed to bounce and hit the one of the drainage pipes and off of the wall. You'll see slow-mo in the kill cam. It's actually when I was split spectating in the beginning of this video, this is actually the bomb defend that was showcased. So I just wanted to get that squared away. But yes, it does seem like it bounces off the wall twice. Next up, you have the legendary 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Departed. This one involves you going off of this wall right here and crouching. Very easy lineup. It basically bounces off of a roof, and then it also slides off the ground, just barely getting over to a side. But it could be 4 bounces depending if your enemy is stationed further back or not. So you'll be able to see it here. Very, very smooth transition. Man, getting to the big boy bomb defense now with the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Dynasty. That rhymed. But this is a recent one. You want to line up with your marksman rifle as shown, and what it's intended to do is bounce off the side of this building, and then it also bounces off of the roof of another. But the third bounce actually changes the angle completely. So the third bounce actually bounces off of the corner of the tread of the stairs, and that causes its direction to change. What a bomb defend. Oh man. Next up, we have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Whiteout. In this one, it travels quite a distance. This one, I think, is tied for the most hang time that a tube defend can have with ignition. But you want to line up with this small dot in this rock that's kind of covered by snow. Again, post the video if you want to see it. But the angular movement off of that rocks in general are just very difficult to bankshot off of. So the fact that I bounced it off of that formation and got such hang time from it, it was very beautiful. It went over that building, bounced off the ground, and bounced off this box to take out the diffuser. My God. Next up, this is the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on the chem version of Strike Zone. You want to go into this little corner that's right over here, and there's going to be a broken part of this insignia wall or sign or whatever the hell this thing is. But make sure you line it up accordingly, and when you're ready, just fire your tube at will. By God, the angle for this was very underrated. I like the fact that they have the opening in that roof now, because that allowed me to be able to get a tube defend through there. And you'll see in the kill cam what exactly this does. Just overall an insane angle, bouncing off the concrete debris and then just landing delicately into the bomb area. Now then, we have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Tremor. This one, it took me a while to kind of, recalibrate and figure out what the lineup actually was. But once I found it, this tube defend, it does have quite a bit of hang time. Not as much as the whiteout. But with this one, it travels through, it's not the angle that's impressive. It has a breathtaking aesthetic view, but also it travels through gaps and debris. So like, you'll see in the kill cam what it does. So, goes straight over, goes through the gap in the debris, and then bounces off the roof for a 3rd time, taking out the diffuser. Alright, next up, we have the 2nd legendary 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on siege. You want to crouch and line up with your throwing knife upon this box. This one has quite a bit of hang time. I do believe it has 5 seconds of hang time, just like the whiteout one. So again, you want to shoot this before your enemy starts to defuse, but when they do, make sure you're ready for it. Because, by God, what a sick bomb defend. So it bounces off of this roof, bounces off of the ground, bounces off of the ground, and like through the bomb, I should say. Like, good God. Bomb defense that go through the bomb are insane. Utterly insane. Next up, we have the only legendary spot for Sub-Zero. It is the legendary bounce ricochet tube for bomb B. Now, I looked to the icy mound that was next to B-bomb for a long time, and I was wondering if there was anything I could possibly do with the snowy vehicle that was also adjacent to the bomb. And I managed to find a tube defend that managed to get both. So it bounced off the very top here, and then bounced off the angle of that snow vehicle, taking out the diffuser in a very sick bomb defend. Definitely one of my better angles. Next up, we have the legendary 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Stormfront. This one is almost like a derivative of the 5 bounce one that was, previously hit, but this one just has more nuance. The objects that it goes through, it's not as a seamless transition as the one on B. Not one on B, the 5 bounce one. Good God, I'm all over the place. That doesn't sound right. But you'll see that the objects that the tube just barely misses. Goes through the window, off the ground, off of that, and then takes out the diffuser. What a bomb defend. Oh man. Next up, we have the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for Warhawk for bomb A. Oh man. And this one in particular involves me going over here. This is actually a derivative of WWK Hayes' 2 bounce ricochet tube that he hit online. I just decided to bounce the tube off of the bomb to see what more I can gain from it. And it bounced off of the left-hand part of the bomb and bounces on this wall, taking out the diffuser. My. Next up, we have the final tube defend for bomb A on Stormfront. It is the legendary 3 bounce, and this one is unlike the 4 and 5 bounce ones. This one involves just a simple, or not even a simple, but like more of a linear type of bank shot where it bounces off of this wall. You can pause the video if you want to see it, but like it actually bounces off of the bomb itself. Very similar to how the 4 bounce ricochet tube on Octane's bomb A, bounced as well. So you see it bounced back and then bounced off the ground, taking out the diffuser and back. Next up, we have the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on freight. Now, I didn't come up with the concept of this bomb defend. All I did was alter the lineup, and that's about it. Like, it does bounce twice off of both neighboring, roofs of this building here. So you see here, and it just drops down. But like I said, this is not like necessarily like my concept or the bomb defend. Like, I just did a different lineup for it. Next up is the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Octane. I got up on this, this thing here, and I used the Humvee back, the back of the Humvee, and its slope for a very distinct angle, where the tube travels through the circular, decor that kind of, is right on the outside of B. So you'll be able to see here, goes straight through, bounces off the ground and off the wall, taking out the diffuser. What a bomb defend. Next up, we have the only tube defend for bomb A on regular strike zone, and this one was more impressive than the chem because unlike chem, this one does not have the opening in the roof that you can access for a tube defend under any circumstance. So I lined up the tube from the outside of this building, and look how it goes through this thin window under the counter, taking out the diffuser. Like, that is insane. Definitely one of my best, narrow winded bomb defense. Next up, we have the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Bayview. This one is not up here purely because of the angle. The angle is actually the least important aspect of this. What is important about this is the aesthetic. So you actually get to bank your tube off of this small part of the wall. It doesn't go too high, but it goes, high enough. And the second bounce involves it bouncing over, not hedge, but, over some type of storage place. Not storage place, fucking hell. I don't know what that is, but over a wall, and bounces through the bomb a couple of times before bouncing onto the ground and taking out the diffuser. Like, that is just crazy. Next up, we have the only bomb defend for bomb B of Behemoth. This one I found on PS3, and I'm damn proud of it. This tube defend results in bouncing off of 2 parallel walls, and then bouncing off the ground 3 to 4 times, taking out the diffuser. Like, this one was just insane trying to find a lineup for, and you had to be incredibly close in order to get something close. I didn't want to have to use any equipment for that one, and luckily I was able to find a spot that works. So you'll see it in the kill cam. Bam, 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 and bam. Yeah, Behemoth is my map now. Next up, we have the other legendary 4 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A of Sovereign. You want to get back here. I did see another spot that was very similar to this in terms of motion, where it bounces, a fair distance up above the roof and bounce back down, but I was able to get more consistency out of the corner, and then also having an additional bounce off of the roof before it drops down. So you'll see here, 1, 2, 3 off of the roof, not to mention the other one off of the wall, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the legendary 5 to 6 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Prison Break. This is actually the first bomb defend that I found for Prison Break a long time ago, and it came full circle when I did manage to hit it online. So you see that I used this rock for an angle. Very risky, but it worked. carried it straight over, bounced off the ground, off the ceiling, off the wall, off the monitor, and takes out the diffuser. But if you were like me, when you hit this online,
Keep him distracted.
the 6th bounce is basically bouncing it off the ground afterwards. But what's most dangerous about this spot is you see me running up on this hill. Normally, an enemy would have long since flanked me and taken me out, but the last guy was being distracted by my other teammate who was still alive, which gave me plenty of enough time to set up and get ready for this one.
Just let him go for it.
He didn't have to do that, but he did. And I'm beyond grateful for it. But yeah, this was one of the big boy bank shots for Prison Break by far. The landscape has changed.
Yeah! Yeah! Oh!
I practically had an orgasm. Doesn't wait, we gonna edit that out. My reaction was just energetic as fuck. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on free fall. This one involves you planting right about here at the edge of this cherry wood, and then you want to get in this corner. I was all over the place looking for the lineup spot, but I eventually found it. And once you find it, you want to switch to your castet and fire when ready. But I love the angular movement of this one because it goes from 3 separate walls. So it bounces off of this first wall, and then it bounces off of the second wall at the top of it, and then it bounces off of the damn near top of the third wall. What a bomb defend. That's definitely the best bomb defend on freefall. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Tremor. This one I discovered on PS3, and by accident. I was kind of just, dicking around trying to see if there was a tube defender that can get through this tiny, little area or whatnot. It's a small window to fit through, but I managed to get a tube through there, and the way it bounced off the bomb was absolutely legendary because, again, you don't see a tube bouncing off the bomb like that. And it bounced off the bomb, it bounced off the ceiling twice before gently falling back down, taking out the diffuser and the damn noggin. Good God. Very unique. Very, very unique. Next up is one of my favorite bomb defends overall. I wanted to put it so much higher up, but I just couldn't. But this is the legendary 2-bank throwing knife for Bomb B of Chasm. And I always tried to find a way to get outside the box and find an angle that was just utterly insane. And this one, throwing the knife off of this set of debris that looks like hanging meat, then go through that window, taking out the diffuser, was absolutely insane. Definitely a doable bomb defend. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B. This is the second one of the legendary, 3-bounce that I found for B. You want to line up with this table for an initial lineup, and then, crack that window when ready. And without moving your joystick, just shoot your tube. And this one, it doesn't look like much until you see the kill cam where it bounces off of the sill, bounces off of that circular thing, and then bounces off of the side of the tiniest window off the top of that structure, just barely getting into B. What a bank shot. Next up, we got the legendary 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for Bomb B on Flooded. This one, again, Bomb B on Flooded is incredibly isolated, so getting a throwing knife to go through there is just absolutely insane, but that's not all. It goes through the doorway that's towards the other entrance of B, and then it bounces off of the wreckage that's just laying behind the desk, just enough to take out the diffuser. That easily is the best bomb defender for Bomb B. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Octane. This is the ricochet tube variation of the throwing knife spot that I showed you guys earlier, where it bounced off the fender of the truck that's very close to the bomb. I bounced it off a concrete slab. So, you know, it does like 2 additional bounces off of the sand as well, which I really, really liked. But it was tough trying to, remember the lineup and stuff like that. So, I can see here it goes up, off the fender, off the sand, twice, taking out the diffuser. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Chem version of Strike Zone. This was one of the earliest bomb defense that I hit online for PS4 that I actually managed to record. For now, you look at the top of this roof that's right over here of this damaged building or structure, whatever the hell, and it just bounces like on the verge of bouncing out of the map, and it bounces back in. Like, look at all this. That is crazy. But I did it. I hit it online twice. Got the kill cam both occasions. And the angle was just absolutely unorthodox, and it worked so well. Now, the reason why I'm showing this particular clip first is because I planned it completely wrong. I planned it on the opposite side of the bomb where like the tube was supposed to land, and the enemy who I was facing, who knows it was going for bomb defense, was so paranoid of getting hit by a bomb defend that she ended up trying to, pursue the bomb on the opposite side of where I planted, which is exactly where my tube landed. So you'll see in the kill cam, this is dumb magic luck that I managed to hit this bank shot, because she was in motion. So it goes up, she ran away from it and then runs back into it. It's crazy. And this is the very first time that I hit it on one of my friends, Jasm. This was before it was well known that I was doing bomb defense like this. So he was a good player. He didn't immediately go for the defuse, so I had to really anticipate when he was going to be at the bomb. So I gave it a max of 7 seconds. And, luckily for me, I managed to get it.
Oh my god. Oh
Good
my
God.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo.
That was crazy.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Please record that clip, game. Please.
That was crazy.
Oh, damn.
Oh, you damn right I did. Now, we have one of my favorite spots for Pharaoh. This is an out-of-map 1-bank strong-arm throwing knife for Bomb B. And this angle I never would have thought possible. But I saw these rocks and I was like, you know what? There's certain edges of the rocks that look like they could bank, back into the map. And luckily, it did just that from 90-degree angle. Very, very insane, out-of-the-box thinking, where went essentially straight over to B-bomb. Very, very good. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Favela. And you want to plant right about here. You want to go back here near the hydrant, line up with this particular side of the, is it sidewalk? I don't necessarily want to call it a sidewalk, but it might be. But still, you fire your tube, and this one, it cuts through the, the voided roof area of this building, and then it, travels, off of that building 3 times, taking out the diffuser. Very recent spot as well. Very good. Next up, we have the legendary 2-bounce strong arm throwing knife for Bomb B on Siege. Now, this one is definitely the pinnacle of bomb defense for Bomb B on Siege. And I didn't really think this was possible, but I was persistent. I did an initial lineup because there was so much foliage that was moving that I couldn't find anything steady. So I had to literally find an initial lineup and move around. And luckily I was able to find a throwing knife that cleared so many gaps and then bounced off of a box and wall to take out the diffuser. Just look at this. Jeez. That is crazy. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Tremor. This one accomplished 2 birds with 1 stone. You saw those boxes that were very adjacent to the bomb, and then I always wanted to find a tube defend that banked through the parking garage as well. And ultimately I managed to find a tube defend that did both, go through the parking garage and bounce off the boxes. But it was just barely though. Still one of my favorite Tremor bomb defends, definitely. Very, very sick. Yep. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Dynasty. You want to plant right about here. And you want to go here and crouch. You're going to look at the right part of the stairs and, line up with the marksman rifle when ready. And then fire your tube, and then the tube is supposed to bounce off of the tallest building twice in order to take out the diffuser. And good God, it was an insane angle when I found it. This was on PS3 when I found it. So you can see it goes straight up off of that wall and off of that roof. Just insane. Just outright insanity. Next up, this is the legendary 3 to 4 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Containment. This one had a very unorthodox angle where I lined up my tube with this particular part of the building, just barely scaling over its roof. But then it bounced over the wall that's behind the bomb, and then bounced on the debris that's also behind the bomb, and just barely carries over to the diffuser, bouncing another time off the ground. Definitely one of the sneakiest angles I've ever seen. Good God. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Pharaoh. And, in old times when I found this one for PS3, I was like, you know what, this spot is not that sick. And then I was looking back and I was like, you know what, the angle is actually pretty neat. It travels a fair distance into an isolated area, and then its final bounce is something that kind of contradicts its initial angle. So I was like, you know what, this spot is actually pretty damn good. I need to give myself a little bit more credit for that. And, I bumped it up on the list. Pharaoh is just a unsung hero for bankshotting for me. I just love that map. As you see, it goes straight over, bounces off the ground, bounces off the staircase, or I should say the railing, or where the railing would go. Damn it. Next up, we have the legendary 8 to 9 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Freight. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is the most banks involved in a bomb defend on Call of Duty Ghost. Why the fuck would it be on 42? Simple. This is a derivative of a spot that already exists, and it's not all that creative. Bouncing the tube off of, a roof that's nearby is fine. Like you'll see here, like it bounces off a roof, off the wall, off the roof a couple more times, bounces off the bomb twice. The only thing that really increases its stock is bouncing off of the bomb twice. But it's not a creative bomb defend. Sorry, it's not. Next up, we have definitely a creative bomb defend, the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on departed. You want to go on this wall, and I always looked at the car that was right next to the bomb and wanted to see if I could find an angle where the tube can bounce off of it, but I didn't want it to bounce off of the top of it. I wanted to be a bit more creative than that, and thus I bounced it off of a nearby wall because the sides of the vehicle were at a steep angle. And just look at the kill cam here. I'll explain it to you. But definitely one of the best angles, where it goes off of this wall, bounces off of the vehicle, and then bounces off of the ground twice, taking out the diffuser. That is an insane bank shot. Next up, we have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on ruins. Definitely one of the more complicated lineups for sure because it's not in a corner, but it does travel a fair journey. Again, you want to watch the video in slow motion if you want to actually get this one down, but the tube travels directly over all of the rock formations that are on the right hand side of B bomb, and then it bounces off of the inner part of one of the rock formations and also bounces off of the lily pad. Like, look at this journey it takes you. Good God, it just barely bounces off of that, but it works. Absolutely insane. Next up, we have the out-of-map 2-bank strong-arm throwing knife for bomb B on ignition. This one in particular was one of the most creative bomb defense I've ever found, where you see the pipeline that leads out of the map. I know somebody already found a tube defend that bounced off of that, but that was the initial bank shot. But this one right here, it bounces in a way where nobody would have thought. So it bounced right here. Then it goes through this little gate area and then bounces off the ground again. Like that is just sick. That is just sick. Crazy, crazy angle. Next up, we have the legendary 4 to 6 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on prison break. And I hit this online 4 times. I will set my mic upon the ground because I am tired of holding it. Again, I'm in my bed and I don't have anything set up like that. So let's fix this. I still have strength. Maybe I'll hold it like this. So as you can see, the tube goes off of that rock. It goes straight up in the air, bounces off of both sides of the dirt. And it might trickle a little bit on the bomb. It's not a typical occurrence, but it can happen. So just be prepared for that. But what I really like about this one, and what made it very efficient enough to hit it online 4 times, is the direction of its travel once it reaches the ground. So once it, reaches the ground, it travels in a like a zigzag type of motion. And then once it reaches the pipe, it goes essentially straight through. And that's the defining difference. Like, it doesn't matter if your enemies are outside of the tube or not. Like, they are going to get hit by this thing. The only thing that's wrong with it, if I can even say anything wrong with it, is the hang time. It sometimes sometimes takes 5 seconds in order to hit, or more, depending on if the tube likes to dribble in the pipe or not. So you want to make sure that you fire this one right before your enemies start to defuse, because if you don't, you're not going to have enough time for the tube to land in time. It's crazy. My God. But again, I don't even have to plant this one. this bomb defend, anybody could really plant, and I would still be able to hit. That's what makes it so effective. Bomb defense that you don't have to personally plant, that you don't really have to communicate your teammates on where to plant it, is ultimately some of the best because it affects the general population. Or not a general population, it goes in a general area where people love to plant and defuse. Now these last two clips are where I got the kill cam, and remember when I was telling you, it doesn't matter if they're right on the outside of the pipe or not. That will be illustrated in these kill cams here. One outside the pipe and one inside the pipe. It makes little difference. Man, I am so tired, bro. Oh, man. I have roughly about, 50 or so minutes. Here we go.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
And the second tube hit. So here you go.
Damn.
Bouncing off both sides, and hit him on the outside. But yeah, this one bounced inside the pipe.
It is plant. Oh boy, please. You're good.
Wow. I'm just watching these, man. I'm just taken aback. I'm just having a chilly time. No, having a chill little time. Kind of just waiting for these to wane off. But I know the big boy bomb defense are here. That is so crazy. Next up, we have by far my favorite bomb defend for Tremor, which is the legendary 5 bounce. This one is at a very steep angle as well. You want to, and what's funny is this one has a 5-second hang time. So just in case if I get killed in the game, right before I fire right after I fire my second tube, the tube will actually still be able to hit on bomb 5 seconds later. So the person might actually still die from that, which is crazy to think about. Good God. I love that bomb defend. Next up, we have the I didn't even describe that one at all, but it's fine. The legendary 4 bounce ricochet tube for Unearth Bomb A. This one was inspired by Modern Warfare 3's Dome map, and what I liked about this one is I always wanted to find a bomb defend that travels through the hole that's through the cavity of the bunker, instead of just an entryway. So as you can see, this tube traveled directly through there and then bounced off this wall and dribbled down the ground. What I was going to say for the one on Tremor, it bounced off of the wall, bounced off of another wall, went through a hole, and then also off of the ambulance to take out the diffuser. I know it happens so fast, but that's essentially what happened there. Next up, we have the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for Departed's Bomb B. This one was definitely very creative because it, bounces off of that little monument, the celebratory monument that's over there, and then dribbles off the ground a couple times afterwards. But I still liked it because it was breathtaking as a visual. Soars over, bounced twice off of that, and then just dribbles over. I always love the beautiful colors that map possesses. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for Overlord Bomb B. This one I found on PS3, and when I shifted over to PS4 to recreate the lineup, it was much easier. But this involved a very steep angle, almost 90 degrees, where I'm banking off of that particular part of the wall, and then it actually bounces off of both parallel walls that are just near the ladder that you can climb up, and it takes out the diffuser. At first I wanted to see if it could bank shot like off the side of the ladder, but it left too much, like it was too intricate. I was not gonna, it didn't need to happen. So, when I hit it online, that was all the confirmation I needed. I'm so tired. Shit. So yep, I set up once more, and I was ready. Good God.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Jeez, I love that bomb defense so much. Yep. Standard flag bearer. Definitely one of the best bomb defenses out there. Next up, we have the final legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Siege. This one was definitely very creative, and it reminds me much of the 3-bounce ricochet tube that was on Bayview's Bomb A as well, in how it, bounces over towards the left, and you would think there was no possible angle that could recover such a, an angle that is in opposition to the bomb you're planning. But you see here it goes to the left and then bounces off this rock and off of the brick wall, bouncing off the ground and taking out the diffuser. What a bomb defend. Definitely the best one on Siege. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Bayview. This one was found on PS3. And you want to get into this small corner of this wall and crouch, line up with your marksman rifle at this particular dot. And what I really loved about this angle is it does clear over a building, but it does bounce off of one part of the, the roof that almost looks like a prism. So, bounces off of that sign, off of the ground. I mean, it might do an additional bounce, but it's just usually 4. So, I mean, that's still an overarching visual right there. Next up is my most recent spot. This one actually had one of the most views on my YouTube channel. This is the first tube defend that actually moves, like bounces off of a moving structure. I always thought about Gold Rush and like the cart system and like the middle of the map, seeing what I could do there, and I discovered that in this set place where this platform was upright, that cast that could be bounced off of the turning wheel, and it was definitely one of the most creative bomb defense I've ever found. And visually it just bounces off of the train after the fact, but still, the fact that it was able to bounce off of a moving structure just increased the points in my opinion. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on, Flooded. This one was very, very impressive. I'll show you here. So, I always wanted to find a bank shot under, like on the solar panel, but once I looked under it, it gave me a new angle, and the overall aesthetic of the kill cam just added to it. Very, very beautiful bank shot. So we'll see with the kill cam what it does. So it bounces underneath, bounces off the ground and the bomb in a crescent moon type of fashion, and then bounces off the ground another time, taking out the diffuser. Definitely the best, flooded ricochet tube defend out there. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on ignition. This one has by far the most hang time of any ricochet tube spot on Ghost. You want to line up with this wall, and after you shoot it, it just soars over and bounces off of that other building 3 times before dropping down on the diffuser. So you see here, that is such a sick bomb defend. I think it has 5 to 6 seconds of hang time. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Behemoth. This one is definitely very creative. This bounces off of the wall and off of the crane structure that's the largest thing on the map. And then it also bounces off of an adjacent roof as well, twice before bouncing off of the ground, taking out the diffuser. Overall, this one I hit online before on PS4, and it did not save my clip, and I was so pissed off. So I was trying to recreate it as much as I could, because this was definitely the sickest bomb defend on Behemoth, but it was not to be, and luckily I have the tutorial of it, and I'm lucky that I found it. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Unearth. This one was a bit of a different approach. I looked to that other entrance that I just exited out of, and from B side I actually managed to find these boxes that were slanted over here, and that gave me just enough of a window to find a tube defend that travels down that other entrance in one of the is the best Unearth bomb defend by bar none, where it travels through all of this stuff, bounces off the ground, off the bomb. Oh my goodness. Such a sick bomb defend. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube on bomb A of Freight. This is definitely the best bomb defend of Freight. You want to line up with your tube crosshair as shown. The angle is so unique, and the approach is also very unique. So I'll let the kill cam do the talking, and I'll describe it. Soaring straight up, it touches that common roof, but also bounces off of those boxes that I mentioned from the beginning, and then it bounces backwards off the ground, taking out the diffuser. What an angle. Absolutely insane. Next up, we have the legendary 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb B on collision. This one was absolutely insane. It bounced off of the highest structure of the map. I don't think it's the tallest throwing knife or anything like that, but it's definitely one of them. And as you can see, it just falls all the way back down. You'll see in the kill cam. What makes it a 2-bank is it travels off the side of the structure and the top of the structure. That's how it's able to, curve and go back down like that. If it didn't bounce off the top, it would have bounced way over, the building of B. Next up, we have the legendary 4-bounce ricochet tube on bomb A of Whiteout. As the graphic clearly corrected my old format. But yeah, this one was very unique. It bounced off of this, this rocky bit, and then it bounced off of another rock that was on the verge of being out of the map, just to bounce back into the doorway and bounce off the ground twice afterwards. So you'll see here. Very, very insane lineup. Not the best Whiteout bomb A spot though, but definitely worthy of being in the top, 20s. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Mutiny. This one has a bit of I shouldn't say a bit of a unique angle. This one definitely has a unique angle. And I lined it up from this wall. So you guys can pause the video if you want to see the lineup for it. This is far and away the best bomb defend for Mutiny. You'll see in the kill cam. So it bounces off of that wall, off of the ship, and then off of the side member near the bell, just enough to take out the diffuser. That is absolutely insane. Next up, we have the legendary 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube on Collision's Bomb B. That broken bridge, we're revisiting it again, where the tube bounces off of this water, this water tower, and then, it does. Let's just go to the kill cam. I'm so tired. It goes off of the bridge, off of the wall. I don't know if it bounced off the wall twice, but it definitely bounced off the ground. And it could bounce off the ground twice if it needed to. Yeah. Next up, we have the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube on Bomb A of Pharaoh, and getting a bomb defend from this side of Pharaoh for Bomb A was absolutely insane. Nonetheless, finding a tube defend, and this was by far my favorite bomb defend on Pharaoh. Bar none. You'll see in the kill cam what this tube does, but my description won't be able to do it justice. So it's tube bounces off of these, all of those objects this tube bounces off of, and then it still bounces off the ground in the end. That is utterly insane. Next up is the legendary 3 bounce, throwing knife for strong arm on Gold Rush. And this is far and away the best bomb defend for Gold Rush. You see I'm on the outside of A, and I'm looking at a steep angle, with this rock at a distance. And by far, this just barely gets over to the bomb. I was very lucky and very fortunate to find this spot in 10 minutes max. But this throwing knife has one of the craziest angles I've ever seen, where it simply goes straight through off of this rock, bounces over the other rocks, and then just dribbles on the track, taking out the diffuser. I don't even... Gosh. Next, we have the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A on Favela. This one is definitely one of the first bomb defense I discovered when I went on PS4 and went on the DLC. This one is very, very special, and also has a 5-second hang time as well. So just be aware of that. So here, you'll be able to see. Bounces off of the bridge, off of this slanted member, off of, the floor there, and then also off of the ground, taking out the diffuser. Absolutely insane. Next up, we have far and away the best bomb defense spot on Stonehaven, the legendary 5 bounce ricochet tube for Bomb A. You want to get in this corner right over here towards Ghost Spawn, and then you want to crouch. Again, once you're there, crouch. But yeah, you line up with this particular wall, and you guys have to see the kill cam. I won't be able to give the explanation justice. Good God. So it bounces off of this wall, off of this flaming roof, through the doorway, bounces off of the wall, and then off of the ground again, taking out the diffuser. When I hit this online, I was expecting to get the full spectrum of bank shots in there. Unfortunately, I only hit the 2. So I only hit the initial wall, and then I hit the flaming roof. But none of the other ones, unfortunately. But still, I did end up hitting it. I wish I could have done more, you know? With my legs starting to ache, I had to kind of adjust positions there. Forgive me for that, but here we go. Man, oh man. I'm so tired. Been at this for a very long time.
What the hell was that? What the hell was that?
And it hits him in the fucking leg. Man, next up, we have far and away the best bomb defend for Octane. And this is on bomb B. I didn't even think a lineup like this was possible. But you see that roadblock that was over there? I always was fascinated with the roadblock, and I was looking at ways for me to bounce the tube in a reverse type of fashion. And from this wall, I was able to do just that. By God, look at how particular this is. It goes off this wall, over the building, off the roadblock, off the ground, and off the wall to take out the opponent. Like, God, Octane, for all of Octane's limitations, it has that spot. That spot is absolutely godly. Next up, we have the leaning two bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on whiteout, and you want to plant right about here. This was a very unique angle that I did not see coming. So, like, I used this tree before for one of the 4 bounce ricochet tubes, but when I leaned and managed to, like, find a new lineup, it was on the verge of going out of the map. It actually bounced off the snow. You'll see in the kill cam what it does. So it goes all the way towards the left and then bounces off of the snow, curving back in at a steep angle, taking out the diffuser. My God. Next up, we have the legendary 5 to 7 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on Warhawk, and I confirmed this online, yes. You want to get in this corner and crouch, and then you want to line up as shown. Again, pause the video if you need to see that. But this one has, like, I think it is tied for ignition to have the most hang time for a tube, actually. Because, like you'll see in the kill cam, it's already soaring over here towards this roof. It bounces off the side of this door and off the sacks to bounce off the ground a couple of times as well. Like, I was just flabbergasted that I managed to find that type of angle. It was so intricate and so delicate that the tiniest hair you would have missed. But I found a way. Man. Now, when I did confirm this online, I had the opportunity of trying to get a double, but unfortunately, I didn't end up getting a double, which is sad, but at least I managed to hit one guy. So, yeah, that's one thing. Jesus, Harold Christ. So, yep, hit the first guy. Second guy, nope. He's like, nope, not dealing with that.
Damn.
Man, I'm gonna take me a good ass sleep after this. Next up, we have far and away the best bomb defend on Sovereign, which is the legendary 4 to 5 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B. This one was definitely creative. I saw the technology that was on the platform of B, and I was like, you know what? I want to do something with that. So I went on the opposite end of A and lined up off of this particular structure right over here. Bounced my tube off of that, and it managed to bounce off of another wall, and off the technology, and off the doorway. Like, good God. Look how insane that is. What a bomb defend. Definitely one of my best. Next up, this is the out of map 2 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B on whiteout, and this was the first bomb defend to kind of give me some notoriety as a bank shotter. You want to go over here. There's a stack of pallets, or not, yeah, like a stack of pallets out of here. Use your marksman rifle to line up with it, and you just fire your tube when ready. The building that it bounces off of is a building that I've never seen anybody get a ricochet tube off of. So it goes straight up in the air, right over here, and then bounces off of this building to come back in. Like, Jesus, that's 2 bounces that are out of the map essentially, and it comes back in. That is insane. That's why it's so high up here. Now, this bomb defend is far and away the best bomb defend for Chasm, and one of my best throwing knife spots ever. You're a close distance from the bomb, but you want to line up as shown with your cast stat. Again, pause the video, and like, look at this. I just can't. I know WWKL at your 5 found a 5 bounce ricochet tube, but I think this throwing knife is on par with his 5 bounce ricochet tube. Like, look at how many gaps it clears before doing the final bounce right here and just clocking the opponent in the head. Like, good God, that was insane. Next up, we have the legendary 3-bank no strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Dynasty, and good God, man, this bounces off of the tallest building of the map, but it doesn't bounce in a predictable way. It bounces off of the very, very top of it, and then it just dribbles down the other side roofs. Like, this was a legendary bank shot, bar none. It travels a great distance. It has a breathtaking visual. Its bank shots and angles were intricate. So that means that it's one of the best. So you'll see that here. Look at that. Just look at that. That is just insane. Now here in 10th place, we have the legendary, I went back and forth with this one, but I found that this one, even though it's a motion sensor spot that doesn't have the motion sensor as the initial source of the bank shot, the fact that it bounces like a camera spike on this game, for a motion sensor spot like that, I was actually hitting it about 50% of the time, when with another, like, just a regular player, not a bot, but like one of my friends or something, it was always consistent, or not always consistent, but like 50% consistent, which means it is possible to hit online, and the motion sensor is further away from your opponent. But when it bounced up the top of that rock and then bounced off of that motion sensor the way it did, oh yeah, it was hella good. Next up is by, like, it's not my favorite bomb defend for Stormfront, but it's one of them. We have the legendary 3 bounce ricochet tube for bomb B, and this one was at such an insane angle where not only, like, it bounced off the side of the circular structure, the side of it, in order for it to get through that window. Like, look at this, the side of this, to get through that window and bounce off the bomb. Oh my God. And the bomb that I placed at the top, it's not even supposed to do like a 4th bounce like that, but that just happened. Like, that's crazy. Alright, now next up, in 8th place, we have the legendary 2-bank strong arm throwing knife for bomb A on Flooded. This is one of my best bomb defends of all time. Because of how high this throwing knife travels, it is the highest traveling throwing knife kill in the game. Look at how high it goes off of the top of the garage, then just falling back down onto the slanted debris, taking out the diffuser. Like, good God. And the first clip I'm going to show you is me hitting this bomb defend twice in a single round. Now, when I was studying this bomb defend, I first thought to myself, oh wait, I finally hit the legendary 4-bank. But no, this is not the 4-bank variation. I studied the tutorials of each, and I realized that like this was the 2-bank variation, which is still incredibly insane. And you know, the fact that I didn't coordinate with my team where exactly to plant, they didn't really even care that I hit a bank shot at all. Except like, you know, my friend Beanie, who actually, you know, is well aware of what I try to do, and she actually wanted to see it. So I was very thankful for her for giving me a spot. But like, yeah, at the moment she, you know, went down, I was like, you know what? I have to throw these knives now because they have a near 5 to 6 second hang time.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah,
Oh my god!
utterly insane. For an unplanned throwing knife, that was insane. But here, I actually showed the kill cam of me hitting this one. So, I planted right about here, and that's the insane part about this. I was able to plant and set up for this spot. That should not be possible. It should not be possible. But it happened. But overall, it is one of the more creative ones out there. Good God. And the enemy had a ballistic vest too. It's a good thing throwing knife one hit kills a ballistic vest user. Good God.
Ooh. Oh my god. Yo. No
Jesus.
fucking way.
I am just without words. Next up, we have one of my most recent throwing knife bomb defense spots, and far and away one that surpassed that previous 2-bank one. And this is on bomb A of Stormfront. You want to look up with this light, and then once you're finished with that, you want to go all the way in this corner right here and throw your knife. It has a 5-second hang time, and I kind of discovered this by accident, where you see in the kill cam it goes over that structure, bounces off of this wall, but then bounces off of the curve of that, increasing my fault, increasing the angular, you know, disparity there. I thought it was absolutely insane. Next up, the legendary 3-bounce ricochet tube for bomb A on Prison Break. This one has such a stark and unique angle that my literal inspiration, WWK Hayes, pretty much said that this was his favorite bomb defend on Ghost, period. And, you know, I have to rank it high up just because of that alone. Now, do realize I'm on B side, so I wouldn't be able to plant the bomb and set up in a real game. I would have to be on this side while my teammate plants already. But look how it bounces off of this pipe and off of the the windowsill, just barely getting to the bomb. That is just one of the most insane angles I've ever found. But I did find better. Luckily for me, I found better. Yeah, my voice is just, you know,
Check that
I
bomb.
only have 8 more minutes. Can I last 8 more minutes? Good God. But, yeah, like, my teammates planted the bomb. They weren't really wanting to see me Bankshot at all. And luckily for me, they planted just in the perfect spot. And once they all went down, I was just going like, you know what, this is free food. I had no idea if it was going to hit or not, so when it
Oh my
actually
God.
hit, I was very
Oh my
surprised
God.
it did.
I hit it, bro.
Good God. That is insane. That is very insane. Next up, we have the legendary 5-bounce ricochet tube for Bomb B on Ruins. This one was definitely badass. This one, like, you know how I say in the beginning, no pun intended, you know, like, welcome to my temple? This bomb defend bounces off of a literal temple into an area where it's very isolated. Just look at this. Bounces off this wall, off the temple, twice off of these rock formations, bounces off the ground, taking out the diffuser inside. One of the most insane angles I have ever found. And next, I know I mentioned this spot earlier. This is the legendary 4-bank variation of the spot that I hit earlier. I have yet to hit this variation, and if you're so much as a hair, like, not a hair, but if you're like, if you have your right crosshair to the like end of that dot, then, like, you know, this is the spot. If you have your left crosshair in that same spot, it's a different one like entirely. But this one rated above the other ones because it dribbles off of the bottom debris, which is what I originally wanted this spot to do. So this was kind of like the fully realized version of that 2-bounce, you know, throwing knife.
Yeah. So I'm doing my plan.
Now this one I wanted to like explain to you guys.
So
I initially thought it was impossible because you know, it's not likely that an opponent would go prone so far behind that bomb, and it's not even that far. Like, their legs just have to be on the stairs in order for this to work. So I found that since people are diffusing out of position in order to, you know, not get hit by my bomb defense, I found that it was actually slightly possible for this spot to actually work in an online game, despite its limited chances. But look at this. Bounces off the literal tallest building in the map, dropping down in the open cracked roof, and then bouncing off of the ground, taking out the diffuser's legs.
still, that's fucking sick.
That's just insane. Now, this bomb defend, I forgot to put on the list. Not just this list, but other lists too. I have no idea why, because it's absolutely insane. But this is the 2-bounce ricochet tube on Bomb B for Chem version of Strike Zone. And the first try that I did this on private match, I was just like, you know what would happen if I bounced off this truck like this? And literally, the first go around, it bounced off of the glass panels that were kind of overlooking the bomb. Absolutely insane. Look at this. Bounces all the way over and then bounces off of that. Like, how does that work? Tell me, how does that work? Oh my god, that's just insane. Now these next two spots are impossible mentions. These are the motion sensor spots that are, you know, kind of like camera spike spots, but like they're not as consistent as a camera spike, so I couldn't put them on the list, unfortunately. But, you know, I still wanted to, you know, at least include them in the video because they are things of mine that I found.
Oh my god.
So you'll see here, this one bounces off of this building and then bounces off of the motion sensor on top of the pallets, taking out the diffuser. Definitely a creative one. And the next one, which is the legendary or not even say legendary, no, this is impossible 5 to 6 bounce ricochet tube for the motion sensor on Bomb A for containment. You have to make sure that the car is already destroyed in order for this to like work. But again, like, as beautiful as this one is, you guys are gonna see the kill cam soon, but honestly, this was just impossible. The only way the enemy would not be able to trigger it if they went behind the truck wholeheartedly, but that would be borderline impossible. So I missed my first shot there, but the second shot, it did work. So you'll see it right here.
Yes. Yes.
And the kill cam definitely full of intricate bounces as well. So here, bounced off this roof, off of part of that roof, off the awning, off the motion sensor. Sometimes it bounces off the ground, but this time it just went and hit the opponent. But definitely, if it was more consistent, it would have been possible. Next up, for the runner-up for number 2, this was a very contentious spot, and in order to set up for this one, there's a concrete block on top of where I'm gonna fire my tube. So you have to make sure you knife that cinder block out of the way in order for to set up for this one. But this is a very, very legendary spot here, and I found it by accident. So in slow-mo, I have to count the bounce. 1 bounces off the side of here, through those 2 members off the wall, and then twice off the stairs, giving it 7 total bounces. Absolutely insane lineup and bank shot angle. Never thought that was possible. But this one, you guys have seen this one before. For those of you who haven't, this is undoubtedly the best bomb defend for Call of Duty Ghost. It involves such a stark angle that I had to literally compute negative angles here. So this tube defend bounced off of the light fixture and then bounced off of 2 walls that should not have been able to take the tube where it did, and then it bounced off the floor. Easily the best bomb defend of Call of Duty Ghost and of all time.